Okay, so it is 9:01 and we want to honor every minute of our time because we've got a pretty large group today. And 4.5 hours is not that much to get through all that we've got to
Mhm.
get through. So I want to go ahead and begin with introductions. I am Reverend Neely Hicks. I am a deacon in the United Methodist Church, and my nonprofit is Harper Hill Global, which is named after my mom's side of the family. And Harper Hill Global teamed up with the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors to bring this program to new audiences. So you're going to learn more about that. With me today is Marilyn Hulking Clover, and Marilyn is waving right now. Marilyn is the co-host for today's meeting. She's going to be engaging you in chat. So if you want to ask questions along the way, Marilyn can provide answers to you on chat. I also want to share that we will do a Q&A session follow-up to this on May 9th, and I will send you a separate invitation for that. But we're doing that because we do have such a large group. Um, we want to make sure that we answer questions and get y'all back together at that point. So, Marilyn, would you like to add anything?
Just say hello, everybody. It's so great to have such a big group connecting. Welcome. I'm Marilyn. I'm from Colombia, South America, but I'm based in New York. I'm actually a biologist, but I've worked in the nonprofit space and environmental and health and mental health. Uh, Consider myself an environmental and mental health advocate. I had the pleasure of meeting Neely almost, I think, a year and a half ago, and I loved the Thrive Over Trauma work being done. So here to support and get to know you all. So welcome.
Thank you, Marilyn. So, why don't each of you go ahead and share in the chat what your name is and where you're from, where you live?
So, Neely, if you want to share your presentation, go to the slide where we have the map. We're going to try something. Maybe some of you have done this. We're going to try to use the annotate feature for you to show where you are connecting from, either from around the world or from within the United States. If you go around the screen, you will find like on the left lower corner, you can see like a little pen image, and it says annotate, and then there you can add there's a little check mark, and you can add a star or anything. So I'm going to put here, for example, a star here in where I'm from, Colombia. There we go. United States. Um, we have people connecting from Kansas and Virginia, and somebody connecting, I think perhaps from Canada. Let's see who else is able to put on the map where you are connecting from, where you're joining us from. I think somebody's from connecting from Texas as well, Georgia, another one from Virginia. And if anybody has any, I see some hearts also outside of the, okay, they somehow hearts outside of the globe, so maybe they're from outer space. That's welcome.
We welcome all.
Yes. And also from the chat, just to say hi to so many of you, Rosalind from Philadelphia. Oh my gosh, I'm annotating without, maybe it's me the one who's annotating the outer space people. Um, Ella from Jackson, um, Todd, Don Morse from Alaska, welcome. We have Sarah from Oklahoma, Anita from Mississippi, Skip from, oh my gosh, I don't know what CO means. Is that
Colorado.
Colorado? Great. Ron from Virginia, Texas. We have Rodriguez and Rodriguez. Wow, we have so many people from all around
Yeah,
United
Alaska.
States, Alaska, Florida, Tennessee. So this is awesome. Welcome everybody.
I'm really excited about today. So we'll go ahead and dive in. And again, feel free to add to the chat as we go. And then we will make sure that we get your questions and thoughts addressed along the way. So I think many of us see in our communities, oops, the stars are still on the screen. Marilyn, maybe
I'm
we
gonna
might
try to
just
see
have
how we can
hearts
take that
and
off.
stars. I don't know. But anyway, I think many of us and ourselves, like we experience this jumping the hurdles and trying to get the mental health care that we need in systems that often disenfranchise us because they are too expensive and they're not accessible. We know from our research that people struggle whose first language is another language. And here in the US, it's hard to find a therapist who not only speaks another language, but understands the context and what that language represents in terms of culture and all of that richness. So we see people all around us jumping over these hurdles. If they are even willing and have the energy to still jump the hurdle, some people fall into this hopelessness, like there's just no hope for me. But those of us who are helpers on this globe, we tend to try to help. We help pull someone else up. And we know too that we've been in that position where somebody helped pull us up as well. What we need are the tools in our belts to be able to help one another more effectively and efficiently. And so that's where Triumph Over Trauma comes in. I found this program online a few years ago when I was actually trying to address mental health concerns in Democratic Republic of the Congo, because there I was doing a lot of work with the people there, still do, and there were no therapists to turn to. But I saw churches trying to help people the very best way they can. We also know that when people don't have the right tools in their tool belts, they can do harm. We can do harm. We can re-traumatize one another by saying the wrong thing. And sometimes that re-traumatization is something that can even last longer than the trauma itself because we remember how our loved ones treated us afterward. So I was trying to provide a program, and in my vision, and it's still this way, it's that what if we had something like Alcoholics Anonymous, but instead of focusing on the symptoms of trauma and managing those, we get back into the roots of what's causing people to want to self-soothe in those ways. Um, and what if we could have a program that could be used around the world that would be trauma-informed peer support? So that's when I started looking for a curriculum that was tried and true, that would help people. And I found it through the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors. Their programs are available free for download. What we're going to cover today is the 7-week version of their program called TAMAR, which stands for Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery. We'll get into more of that in a few minutes. But we took their 30 sessions alongside them and created kind of a starter kit with 7 sessions. And this is more manageable for people to get started with rather than committing to a 30 session program. all at once. So, as I said, TAMR stands for Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery. And the name was created based on one of the psychologists who was involved in the creation of the content that you're going to be learning today. She had attended church amidst them writing a grant for this to get this program launched. And this was in the late 1990s. And she had heard the story of Tamar in the book of Samuel. I think it's Second Samuel. We'll correct myself if that's needed in a few minutes. But when she heard that story of Tamar, she said, what if we are helping the Tamars of today? And then they created the acronym Trauma, Addiction, Mental Health, and Recovery. The National Association, which I call NASHBID because it's a really long name, NASHBID is not a religious entity. It's federally funded through the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration. And so the curriculum was not written for a religious context. We have left it that way in the 7 sessions so that it could be used more widely. But we did create context supplements. The context supplements that we have at this point have been written for Islamic, Jewish, Native American, and Christian communities. And we would love to have additional supplements. I'd love to have Baha'i, Hindu, like Buddhist, all these different context supplements, because when we create those, it helps close that gap where many people feel like they are connecting body and mind, like when they go to their therapy group or whatever, they might be connecting body and mind, but then some people have resistance because they wonder what their religion would say about body, mind, and trauma healing. And so what we do through creating these context supplements is help close that gap for them so that they can look at themselves holistically as body, mind, and spirit.
Neely, if I may interrupt here for a moment and just
Yeah,
have an idea, because this is such an interfaith initiative, just wondering if you want to share what is your faith tradition for anybody participating? Um,
excellent.
I see some people are answering just out of curiosity. No pressure to respond, only if you want to share. I'll give a few seconds more, and then we will close the poll. And yes, if you want to share in the chat, that's also good. The more the merrier. But this is really an initiative that wants to be cross and interfaith um, to really reach out for anybody in need.
You know,
Okay.
the one of the big pushes, and this is in the work that all of the work that I do, even outside of this program, is harness the power of religious networks, because we know that religious networks are global. They connect people in the communities. They often span generations of a family, where it's just, if you grow up in this particular faith tradition, you're going to pass it on to your children and their children's um, lives as well. And so if we can start integrating trauma-informed care in these different religions, I think the long-term impact may be stronger because it could be taught generation to generation. And trauma is, because it is held in the central nervous system, it is passed on to generations. But when we learn about how it affects us, we can start to regain control and find ourselves living a better life. Okay, so we've got 11 people who answered the poll, and oh, I just clicked. I shouldn't have clicked. Sorry, I don't know if I messed up the slideshow. Hold on just a second. Um, Let me stop
We
share.
can still see your screen, Neely.
You could,
Um,
okay. Hold on
I
just a sec.
yes.
I, I
So,
think I clicked in the wrong place and it threw me off. Okay, so hold on just a second. Do you want to say something about the
yeah, thank you everybody for responding. I was doing a test with the Google with Zoom polls, and apparently when you introduce your answer, it's not showing it.
okay.
Thank you for those. We'll have that in mind for the next poll. We'll have a uh thank you for sharing. If you want to go ahead and just share it back in the chat, that would be great because I think the results are only shown in the back end of the Zoom for
Okay.
anything. But thank you. This also gives us an idea of who's connecting today. Thank you very much, everybody. Back to you, Neely.
Thank you. Well, and I also want to say that the interesting thing is that so many groups, so many people come into this work not because they are part of a religion or faith community, but because they are doing work in clinics and community services. I know we've got a few people on from Volunteers of America. So that's the beauty of this curriculum is that, yes, it can be used in a faith community, and yes, it can be used outside of that as well. If you are using it within a faith community, I want to share that none of our context supplements replace TAMR. TAMR is the core content, and that's what must be followed. What the faith context supplements do is provide alternatives and additions to some of the handouts, some of the work. They are each beautifully done. And I'll tell you, I've read them all and I benefit so much from seeing like the Native American context supplement is terrific. All of them are, but like that one, you also get an understanding of the people whose lives you may be connected with and how they perceive trauma, healing, and life in general. So I would encourage you to read each one of them because it just helps us understand better where our clients or parishioners are coming from. Let me go ahead and let's see. We also have a guide to inclusion, and this was written by Reverend Keith Caldwell. And in this supplement, it brings awareness of who we may be working with in our groups who have experienced historical oppression that is traumatic and people who are still living under oppressive systems. In this, he also gets back to the theological narrative that somehow people of color are meant to be less than white people. It's needed for us to understand, like, why do people feel so comfortable with racism? Like, how do they even justify it? Okay, if some people are still relying on bad theology, then yeah, okay. And how do we combat that bad theology so that people learn to see one another as God sees us, which is the heart, not the outward appearance? We need to see both and honor both, like who we really are and who we are in our bodies. But this is a great supplement or guide to that conversation. We also have, and something that's not on the screen, is we have a facilitator debrief guide. And that debrief guide is something that can help you if you are connecting with other people in your community who are also leading Triumph Over Trauma groups. then you can get together as facilitators and debrief and care for yourselves. We have a social media guide and we have videos, and I did not share my sound, but let me just, hold on, I'm going to stop share and then redo this share so that you can see one of those two short videos. Um, oh, doesn't give me the option to share sound, so maybe it will just do that. But let me play this. And you can see these are both short animations that are meant to be used on social media.
I've been through trauma. I've definitely suffered trauma, but it's not the end for me.
A lot of people have trauma that they don't speak about it.
I chose to self-medicate
Oh, sorry.
and numb myself with alcohol and drugs.
You cannot understand where you're going until you understand where you've been. It's so true.
You're not going to be healthy for you or anybody else if you don't identify your trauma, learn to deal with it, heal from it, and move forward.
So when you went to the website to triumphovertrauma.info, and hold on just a sec. Let's see. When you went to this website and you entered your email address to download, you should have received a link back through your email for the Dropbox. Inside that Dropbox are those videos and everything that I've just told you about. It's all there. Plus, there's actually more. We also have now Tamar for Youth. We have Tamar and the Christian Supplement translated for Spanish. We've also got some children's resources, which are more limited, but we have some great PDFs on there that you can print out, and they're little coloring books, but they allow you to work with children in some creative ways, get them to color, read the story, invite conversation. So there's a ton of resources in that Dropbox folder. So I encourage you to bookmark that so that you can come back whenever you want. Okay, we are going to go ahead and dive into the content. So this is everything that you need to get started. And you will find everything that I'm talking about today in your Tamar curriculum. So if you want to follow along with that, if you've got it printed out, if you've got it on another screen or whatever, just feel free to follow along with that. The information I'm about to share is in background information for facilitators, and that's the front end.
Uh,
So
Neely, sorry, I just wanted to make sure everybody had their training guide, and if anything, please write to me on the chat. And I also had another poll to see where people were at with knowing about trauma. If we want to run that real quickly, Neely, before you start
sure,
diving into the topic,
yeah.
just to get a sense of where people are at right now. So just wanted to know where you're at in terms of your awareness, knowledge of trauma. Feel free to let us know if this is the first time you're learning about trauma, if you've had some experience, or you've been working with trauma for a while. That is also very interesting for us to know, so that then we can take that into account to share experiences together as well, which is an awesome way to learn as a community. Yes, so Beth is asking if we should be following. So Neil is going to have a presentation, but yes, the idea is that you can follow in the manual and get yourself familiar with it, because this is going to be the guide for you to uh, facilitate trauma over triumph over trauma groups. So if you have any questions, also let me know. I'll be on the chat telling you which page it is, but we're going to be going through it. So this is for you to get very familiarized. I think we're done with the poll. I'm going to end it here so that we can share the results. Very interesting. Some of you is for the first time, some have a little bit of knowledge or awareness of this, and I see that around 12 of you actually have worked with trauma, and that's very interesting to know. Would love to know your experiences. And Neely, just one more thing before I go, because I'm going to be, interjecting here and there just to keep you guys aware, but also at the end of this training, we would very much like you to fill out our feedback form. This allows us to know about your experiences, about how ways to improve the training, but also there you can tell us if you would like to have a certificate for attending the training, and also subscribe or let us know about being part of other opportunities that might come in the future, either support with groups you might start or facilitate, or even be part of our community directory so we can keep growing this community of trauma-informed facilitators and practitioners. So thank you very much, and feel free to write any questions in the chat. I'll be there, and back to you, Neely.
Thank you, Marilyn. You add so much energy to this, and that's great, because y'all might get sick of hearing my voice all day. I don't know, but I do, seeing how many of you have advanced knowledge of trauma. I think the thing that I love about this work is that, like, it takes what we know out into practice in groups. And if we lead a group, often we will find somebody within the group who might already have some knowledge of trauma, who has a lot of compassion and empathy, who would make a great leader. And so we can then get that person trained and they start a new group. That's how it's spread so far in Nigeria, is that it's based on that model of you train a group, you identify someone, you get them trained, they start another group. And so that's going very well. So everything that you need to know to get started is in this curriculum. I do want to say that when I first started doing this work, I didn't see myself as someone who would lead groups. But then I started leading a group every Thursday night. I'm online at 6 p.m. Central Time. Any of you can sign up for that group to see how I lead, to find some relief at the end of the day if you want. And sign up is also on triumphovertrauma.info. But I was very reticent about, like, oh, can I actually lead? And when I started doing it, I found this love of it, so that I show up on Thursday nights and I don't know who's going to come in. Every week it's different who shows up. Some people will come back again and again. Some people take what they need, don't show up, and then come back a few weeks later. But I love it because I know that I'm giving people a safe place where, when they've had something happen, that there is at least one place in their lives where they know that they can come for free and find compassion and empathy for them there. So that's what we're going to talk about next, is creating that trauma-informed environment. And this is something that we need to do wherever we are. When you are setting up your group, it's especially important. But what if we lived our lives in all of our environments, in the workplace, in, social context, in this way? It could really help people heal much more along the way. So we want to facilitate a sense of safety, and safety is going to mean something different perhaps to each person. We'll talk more about that. We want to create that sense of trustworthiness, and trustworthiness often comes through transparency. Encouraging voice and choice, knowing that the people in the group might not be listened to in their daily lives, might have learned along the way that their voice doesn't matter. So when you honor their voice, it's not just, oh, in that moment you ask them what they think. It's, oh, somebody cares about what I think. Engaging people and affirming them. So if somebody takes one step forward in whatever way, affirming that and supporting empowerment so that it's not just you who's leading, but if you are doing this group in person, I mean, what gifts do other people bring to the table? Is there something that they would like to share? Is there somebody who would like to bring homemade cookies? You know, somebody else who wants to bring soft drinks, somebody else who wants to clean the room, make it nice, somebody else who wants to bring a candle and light the candle each time. There's so many different ways to get participation, and that kind of participation also provides a sense of ownership in, I'm all in this group. And then, of course, we've got to practice awareness of gender, history, and culture, and something that's not in the manual, but also sexual identity. So if someone asks to be referred to as they or them, do it. There's no need to argue about it. It's like honoring the person. This is what they prefer. Do it because it helps them feel seen and heard. And that goes back to that voice and choice. Okay. We're going to go over now what every session includes. And then as we drill into each of the sessions, I'm just going to, move through so that we focus today more on the education and discussion part of TAMR. We'll also be doing some mind-body skills soothing. So y'all can look forward to those. But this is what it contains. So the check-in, every time we start a group and every time we end a group, we want to check in with each other and see what level of stress are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10. So I'm going to ask you now, and you can just write it in the chat or hold up your fingers. What level of stress are you feeling right now on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm going to also ask you, what does that feel like in your body? Sometimes we feel stress in our minds because we're thinking, I got to do this, I got to do that. The anxiety of the mind. But what does that feel like in your body? Where are you feeling it? We'll talk more about this. Okay. As you continue to think about that, creating the trauma-informed environment means that you've got to have some group guidelines. These are things that people in the group can agree to so that they create a sense of safety. Often, and this is in your manual, but these are some of the typical things that people will put in their guidelines. Confidentiality, like what is said here stays here, unless we seek permission to share something that was said. We listen. So that means no interrupting, no crosstalk. We listen. Listening helps us be in the present moment. Sometimes I'll be listening to someone and I'll think, oh my gosh, I got to tell them this as soon as they are quiet. It's not a great way to listen, because then we miss out on everything else that they're saying, because we're preparing so much on what our response is going to be. So this is a chance for us to be in the present moment, to listen, to hear, and to accept. No name calling. Now that might be something that you think, oh, well, sure, like I'm not going to stand for anybody who calls somebody else a name. But you know what? Sometimes we call ourselves names, right? Our self-talk can do that. Like you ask a question, somebody gives you a look, and you think, oh my gosh, I was so stupid for asking that. That was really dumb of me, and we start doing that. And so this is also a chance to talk about self-talk. What do you say to yourself? Do you call yourself names? Let's try for the 1 hour of the group. And the group may go 1 hour, it may go an hour and a half. That's up to each of you. But for that period of time, maybe people take a break from calling themselves names. I'm going to show you a sample of what I use on Thursday evenings. So because I have a different group every week, I start with this. I ask everyone, I do it online, and so I ask everyone to mute themselves, and then I read it out loud, and I ask for each of them to read it aloud, because it helps just affirm these words, and we do it every single week. So this is just a sample, and I will share with you this presentation after the meeting, okay? Okay, so the next thing that you do when you are leading the group is you start helping people make their own plans for what are they going to do if they feel uncomfortable. The manual says to say something like, we are going to be talking about difficult things. What can you do to make yourself feel better if you feel uncomfortable? These are some of the samples that are in the manual. If you're leading a group in person, it's terrific to have like fidgets, like the one you see in the bottom left. Stress balls, those don't make a sound. And I mean, people can hold one, they can squeeze it, they can feel it. Some people like to doodle, and even going to the dollar store and getting little pads, little notepads for each attendee, a little journal, and having some pens and some colored pencils and markers on the table. People can do that, and it is accepted in the group. Nobody's going to be calling out the other person if they start doodling. We don't need hall monitors to say, you need to listen. You need to listen. You quit needing or quit doodling. We don't have to do that. Like, let's honor each person for the experience that they're having. And if they want to doodle, let them. Also, I love essential oils, and I have this sweet orange oil that I love to smell. Sometimes I will put a drop on cotton balls and then put it in a tiny Ziploc bag and seal it, and then give those out in a group setting, because people can just unseal the bag and smell the essential oil. And essential oils are a great way to bring ourselves back into the present moment. But when you are moving through this portion, you are really helping people make their plan. And when you've got a plan, this is what I'm going to do if I feel uncomfortable, you start feeling more confident. Like, well, I know what I'm going to do if I feel uncomfortable. And so I'm going to sit in this group until I do, if I do. And then I'm going to do this. So it's helping people learn to be proactive. So I want to say that TAMR is psychoeducational. You are not becoming a mental health therapist by taking this course. What you are doing is you will be teaching key psychological education lessons. And through the activities, people will then start to connect the dots in their own lives. Then you will also be sharing soothing skills for people so that they understand, okay, here's some of the ways that I can come back into the present moment and feel more empowered. So the things that you need to be able to facilitate effectively, compassionately, and empathetically. I think those are the three things. None of us will ever feel like, oh, I've got this. I mean, maybe you will, if you've done a group, like this before, but I think so many people who come into this work don't necessarily feel like they're comfortable in getting started. You've got the curriculum has what you need to get started. And if you facilitate effectively, which means, managing things, making sure that your group starts on time, that you're aware of the people in the group, maybe you see some uncomfortable body language and you can follow up with the people afterwards. You need a location, and that location, it could be in a church building or a mosque or temple or wherever. Many faith traditions host 12-step groups. And so it's a great place to get started, even if you don't have a relationship with a particular facility. You could reach out and say, hey, I'd like to start this group in this particular area, might benefit from this. Can I work inside your faith tradition, your space? We also need to have referral services that we can share if people need to and want to continue the work beyond the group. So unfortunately, I've not found state by state or city by city guides. Most of that content is dynamic, and you will just need to work in the place where you're located to find who are reputable therapists, who have sliding scale options, and just make sure that you have the resources that you need for those times where people want to continue doing more than what they currently are doing. In many settings, especially in our rural communities, people don't have access to anything. Places like BetterHelp that provide some online help might be able to help in those situations, but many people only have their local faith community to turn to. Each session has a self-soothing skill. And what I like to do is on Thursday nights, I do the check-in at the beginning, and then I immediately do a self-soothing breathing exercise. I haven't done that yet, but we'll do it in a few minutes. And then I also conclude with one. I start with one that's fairly simple, and then I conclude with one that is a bit more experiential, more guided. And each of the self-soothing exercises has a script for you to read. So you don't have to look things up online or find other activities. All you have to do is read the script in the curriculum. So the 7 sessions that we do are, we start with introduction, we go into trauma and its impact, then we deal with the effects of trauma, we deal with trauma reminders, which are sometimes called triggers. We then focus on self-soothing, and while looking at how are you currently self-soothing? What's the cost of that? Then we go into the introduction to mindfulness and its importance on coming back into a space where you feel like you've regained control. And then there's a celebration at the end of it where people can then reframe their life story based on what they've learned. Okay, so Marilyn, I'm relying on you to answer questions and stuff so that I can continue going on. Just want to acknowledge that I know that this is a lot for us to go through all at one time. We're going to get through it. And remember, Marilyn and I are here for you. If you have questions and want follow-up, if you want to meet with me one-on-one, just email me. Also, we do have May 9th that we'll look forward to. So in the background for facilitators, there's 2 areas that are pointed out. And these 2 areas, shame and forgiveness, are typically difficult spaces where people navigate throughout the course of dealing with life's trauma. So shame is often a core feature of trauma. And the thing about shame is we never know when it's going to pop out. For example, yesterday I went to a funeral home. I had not been asked to lead the funeral. The pastor who was there then came to me and apologized for not asking my permission to do the funeral. I had not thought twice about anyone asking permission. I was happy he was doing it. I was happy that the family had who they needed and wanted there. So it had not affected me. But this same pastor kept apologizing and apologizing and apologizing, and had even left the room when I walked in. Shame, like, it pops out in the most weird ways, doesn't it? Like something that we think we may have done to harm somebody else can then prompt us to think, I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? Like all the negative self-talk comes in. Shame can only survive in the dark, right? Brene Brown is a great one to listen to and learn from on the study of shame, but it can only live in the dark. It's when you bring it out to the light and like simply say, hey, I wish I had done this, and I didn't. And it's like, okay, well, it was fine. You get that response. Even if you don't get the response that you want, question yourself on how you are shaming yourself. What are you saying to yourself? Why are you saying that to yourself? Is your identity threatened by the thing that you did or said? Why is it threatened? When we learn to question where that shame is coming from, we start to regain power over it. Forgiveness is a tricky subject because people think about forgiveness as, oh, I just forgive and forget, and I let that same person harm me again and again, and I'm going to smile through it. That's not forgiveness. Forgiveness at its best holds the other person accountable for their actions so that they can then choose how to live their future life. It does not mean that you have to re-engage that person and let them walk over you. It does not mean that they can control the rest of your life. By not forgiving someone, they are controlling your life because you are the one who is feeling the weight of that. You are feeling the anger of that. So forgiving somebody simply acknowledges what happened, the bad feelings and the harm that was done through that, and lets the other person go so that you are free to live your best life. They're going to do what they do. There's an old story about a guy who went to a therapist, and every time he would go, it was the same story about what his wife and best friend did to him. They stole his business, they ran off together, and the therapist kept hearing the same story. And finally, he said, you just need to forgive them. And the guy said, forgive them? I'm not going to let them off the hook like that. So the therapist questioned, just who's on the hook? They're off living their lives. You're the one stuck back here. You're the one on the hook. So in forgiveness, this is what we look at, is how is your life being held back by this other person who's off doing what they do? How's your life being held back? What if you could be set free of that? And it's not a one-time act. It's not like you can just say, I forgive them, and I'm never going to think about them again. It's going to come back up again and again. And physically, for me, it helps sometimes to say, I forgive myself, I forgive others. And just a quick pat, you know, like I forgive myself, I forgive others. And so it's work in progress. This too is all in your book. So we're going to start with session 1. And here's the expectations. These are the things, the objectives. This is what we're going to hope that everybody can walk away with from the first session. But I'm going to start now with, I left out, we start with check-in, we start with group guidelines before we get to this next part. I am going to ask you now on a scale of 1 to 10, what your stress level is. So if we could do a poll one more time. And then once you see your numbers, then we can start with a breathing exercise. And I am going to guide you through a breathing exercise. And this is an exercise that is at the end of session 1. So everything that I'm saying to you, you have the script already. But I want you right now, whether you've answered this or not, I want you to go ahead and settle into your seat. Sometimes we perch as if the chair's not really holding us. Our muscles are having to hold us. Let your body relax into your seat. Notice your shoulders Sitting on Zoom all day can be stressful to your body. I want you to notice how you're breathing right now. Which parts of your body are moving as you breathe, as you normally do? Is it very shallow? Is it just a gentle movement in your chest? What about your belly? Is your belly moving along with the breath? Just notice how you're breathing. And then now, with your mouth closed, breathe in for 4 seconds until you feel your whole chest fill with air all the way down to your belly. And I'm going to guide us through. And what we're going to do is we're going to breathe in through our nose to the count of 4. You're going to hold in the air to the count of 4. And then you're going to breathe, blow all the air through your mouth out. So you will slowly blow all the air out through your mouth until it's all gone. So let's do this 3 times. With your mouth closed, breathe in, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Breathe out until all the air is gone. Through your mouth, slowly. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out through your mouth until all the air is gone. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out through your mouth until all the air is gone. Notice any shift in your body and just make a note of that. A big part of this is coming into noticing our bodies. Sometimes we get so wrapped in our thoughts that we don't even notice the stress in our arms, our hands, our legs, our chest, our shoulders. So it's coming back into our bodies, and by doing so, coming back into the present moment. In the first session, one of the things that you will do is share 2 handouts. These 2 handouts help people start to think about things that happen, bad things happening to good people, and how broad it is, thereby releasing some of the feelings that something has only happened to you. So the handout, when bad things happen to good people, these are some of the things that are listed here. So you will invite people to, if they want to read these aloud, if you want to have these on a screen and people see them, and people start to see all of these things that do happen randomly to good people. Once you have led them through this, then you go on to the next question. What would you like to add to the list? And so I'm going to ask you now, and you can put it in the chat, if there's anything on the screen, anything that's missing from the screen. by doing this, you're helping people feel empowered in engaging the subject and naming things that they may have experienced or witnessed. One of the things about trauma is that we know that, and we'll talk more about this in a minute, but it's an individual experience. One traumatic event can happen to a whole group of people, such as the pandemic. Everybody living through that traumatic event has a different experience of it. Great. So people add to the list, and then you can ask, did any of these things happen to you? Now, something to keep in mind for sharing during each of these sessions. We go by headlines, not news stories in this group. The reason for that, in the first 6 sessions of just giving headlines about what happened to you or us, is that people are learning their coping skills in these first 6 sessions. If people start talking details about their individual traumatic experiences and events, we don't know how the other people in the group will react or respond. Some people may want to jump in and fix the other person. We're not here to do that. Somebody else might have to leave the room because they've gotten triggered because it reminds them too much of what they experienced. So we ask for headlines, not news stories. So an example of a headline, someone could say, from this, I've experienced war. I experienced bullying. Some people may say, I've experienced several things on this list. Some people might not want to say anything. We should never focus on one person and say, I want to hear from you. I'm guilty of doing that sometimes because I like to include everybody, and I'm learning not to do that because some people have a real fear of being called on. So we don't need to do that, and that's part of the trauma-informed safety environment. So after that exercise, there is a second exercise. And this one, and if you want to go ahead, for those of you who are looking in your manuals now, notice that you have the answers to these sheets, okay? You have everything that you need to guide people through these 2 exercises. So is there anybody here who can answer that first question? Can put it in the chat. Okay, I see you nodding. Yeah, good. I can't see everybody all at once, but yeah, if you want to answer one question, nice. Seeing a lot of good text here. Okay, what page? Marilyn, can you share the page? Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, okay. Okay, so anyway, in that first session, you will see all the answers to these. So the answer A, do any of you want to speak and share the answer? Okay, Todd.
Well, I cheated. I saw the answer key, so I know the answer to all of them. But Barack Obama is what you're looking for A.
Exactly. Why don't you go ahead for time's sake and share the answers to the second 2?
The second one was Queen Latifah, and the third one for C is Oprah Winfrey.
Yes. So thank you, Todd. So with this questionnaire, you're also then helping people break that cycle of shame that something happened to them, and if anybody found out, they would think less of them. Because when we realize these people had really difficult past and look where they are now, like they're not hiding behind shame. They're living their lives full and beautiful lives. And yes, everything that happened to them probably still hurts, but it didn't keep them back or hold them down. Feel free on your sheet to contextualize it. You can make your own. In the youth version, there is a different set of people that's listed that, you know, is more current and people that young people might identify more with. But feel free to contextualize. Now, for those of you who want to use one of the supplements, you would also have the choice, if you don't want to do that last sheet, pull out something from the faith tradition. So many people use the story of Tamar in session 1 instead of using the famous people handout. The story of Tamar, 2 Samuel, you've got the story there that can be read. And then you've got probing questions. So when you ask people, once the story is read, which, warning, it is a difficult story to read, really difficult. If that's read, take a step forward in asking, like, what resonated with you in this story? If people gravitate towards one particular character in the story or one particular act in the story, also that might be because that's something that they've experienced. Tamar in the story says, if you do this thing, where will I go with my shame? So shame was a central theme in that story. Also asking, like, who needs forgiveness in this story? These questions allow people to start identifying with the characters. And I'll tell you, it's really shifted the way that I preach now, which I don't preach a whole lot, but I'm more in tune with who is identifying with who in this story and why, and are they being triggered? Sometimes I notice in body language, or people will even cry, and I can follow up with them afterward. Also, I integrate the deep breathing into worship. So much of this content can be used creatively in whatever setting you're in, and you can do so much with it. I'm going to check the time. Okay, so we are going to move forward now. Okay, and then also following up with forgiveness or inability. People start to identify that. So you see, you can integrate the context supplements with the core content. Then you would move back into the exercise that we just did. I'm not going to lead us through that once again, but notice that I chose to put it on the front end, and I do something on the back end as well at the end. So you can be creative with this. Do it the way that you need. And you conclude with a checkout. Now, if you've got somebody who says that they are still at an 8 or 9, you can continue. You can ask them, like, would you like to stay here for a while and, you know, continue practicing? I love essential oils. I have a diffuser and I use this. That is something that's very soothing to me. Journaling for some. We'll talk more about developing an oasis, a place in a visual in your mind where you can imagine yourself being in this other place that feels soothing. So you're going to have all of these tools, and yes, feel free to continue working with someone beyond the end of a group. And if not, like you've done what you could in that moment, and you need to congratulate yourself. You're not going to fix anybody. That's not how life works. We're given tools. If we apply tools, if we have a community, loving, supportive community around us, then we have a healing environment. And by practicing and feeling the support and love, we can heal. Okay, we're going to go on into session 2, and then we're going to take a short break. Okay, so so in session 2, we want people to be able to define trauma in their own terms. We want people to understand how stress and trauma affect the body and the brain, and develop a greater awareness of their own stress responses. So these are 3 key points for session 2. So trauma is the definition that we go by for trauma is the one that is developed by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and it is often called the 3 E's. So event, experience, effects. Those are the 3 things that you can remember: event, experience, effects. So individual trauma results from an event or series of event or set of circumstances. So event can be one thing, it can be a series of things, it can be a set of circumstances, an event, kind of a catalyzing event that is experienced by an individual as physically or emotional, harmful, or life-threatening, and has lasting negative effects on the person's functioning and mental, physical, social, emotional, or spiritual well-being. And I would add, or all of the above. Because we know we are body, mind, spirit people, like humans are. This is how we're made. Like we've got this curiosity about like how we came into being. Is there a plan for me in life? What does that look like? Is there anything good that is kind of rooting for me out in the universe? People have those natural questions. How we answer them comes through a variety of ways. But what I would also add to about this is this: while it says here has lasting negative effects, I want us to also contemplate lasting adaptations to keep us safe. Because often what happens when we experience trauma, we then try to navigate our future lives on how we are going to survive. What can I do differently to make sure that this thing's never going to happen again? There's no protecting ourselves all the way around from harm, but often people will adjust what they do and how they do it to keep themselves from harm. When we see it happening where like someone at the extreme level, maybe someone becomes agoraphobic. They're really afraid of leaving their home, of leaving a sense of safety. That's crippling. And, you know, I experienced a member of my family, my mom actually, who got that way. And I used to kid, I think she's agoraphobic, but she won't leave the house to be diagnosed. Bad joke. But, and I talked with her about it, but, like, why do people adapt in the way that they do? And if we can get back to here's why, okay, there was harm done. You know, I started staying in more. I started receding, moving backward from social interactions. Then I started feeling safe only by myself. Okay, can we get back to what that first issue was? And is this adaptation necessary for you to survive? Is it necessary for you to flourish? Or is it actually creating a negative effect? So you can read more about trauma in the manual, and there's so many good books out there. One book that's well known is The Body Keeps the Score. Another one is What Happened to You. And we know that in trauma, sometimes people will not know what happened to us, but they see the way that we act. And if we are acting out in anger, or if we're, crying uncontrollably during things that don't make sense to other people, like the responses feel exaggerated or whatever to someone else. Sometimes people say, "What's wrong with you?" That's a question that it's like a forbidden question. Okay. Don't ask what's wrong with somebody. Sit down with them and say, "What happened?" It's in listening to what happened that people then can start to understand why their body is responding in the way that it responds. The ways that our bodies deal with stress and trauma, there's 4 things. And most of us are like familiar. We've heard fight or flight. Some of us have heard fight, flight, freeze. Many people have not heard of fawn. And I can tell you it was new to me when I started this work. But these are 4 ways that our bodies automatically respond to stress and trauma. It's not that we're thinking, "Oh, I'm going to fight today. Oh, I'm going to flee today. Oh, I'm going to freeze up today. Oh, I'm going to fawn all over someone who's being abusive." We don't make plans for any of these things because these are automatic physical functions. When we experience trauma, we may fight back. Some people do. Some people might run, and it might feel like they're going to suffocate if they don't get out. And so you might see somebody quickly leave in a meeting or something. They've just got to step away. You might see someone sitting there kind of deer in the headlights, and they might be dissociating from what's going on, like trying to trick themselves into believing that what's happening is not happening because it's too overwhelming to believe that it is. The 4th one is something else that is sometimes done. And we see this in sometimes domestic abuse, is that we will see if one member, either male or female, is verbally or physically abused, that person starts becoming nicer and nicer to the abuser. That is to protect themselves. That's why they're doing it. They're afraid, potentially afraid for their life, and they are trying to stay safe. These are 4 automatic functions of the brain. Tamar talks about that when these things happen, that these are signs that the stress response is activated. Whether the danger is real or perceived. We'll talk more about this, but real or perceived, it may be that you were in some kind of traumatic event, you experienced it. Now, every time you think about it, your body responds as if you were back there. You may break out in a cold sweat. Your pulse may start beating rapidly. You might hyperventilate, which I've done before, and fainted before I knew this stuff. So our body responds as if we are back in that moment. The effects of trauma. These are some of them, and in your manual, you will see all of these. And so when you go over that definition, and you talk about the 4 ways that the brain responds, you then go into the effects of trauma. And these are all on a handout that you have in your manual. And you'll see all of these. And so you would share those in the group. And then again, you ask, what can you add to the list? Have you experienced any of these feelings? And so this gets people to open up. And if, you know, a lot of people hold trauma like in their stomach, in their gut, like, my stomach gets upset whenever I'm anxious. You know, I feel it in my chest because I'm not breathing. You know, it's all of these different things that people might experience, and turning to unhealthy relationships. To people on the outside, if someone else is in a domestic abusive relationship, they may get out of that and gravitate towards someone else who does the same thing. And it may be curious or hard to understand for the rest of us. To that person who's doing that, that's become the norm in life. That's what she or he has known. They've not known what a healthy relationship is. So they gravitate towards the same type over and over again. So these are some of the effects of trauma. Some people might have a hard time trusting. Sometimes people will trust everybody and perpetually be on the lookout for somebody who's actually going to be worthy of trust. And they make a whole lot of misjudgments in people's character over who they can trust. Then we conclude after this discussion with the body-mind skill. And I'm going to lead us through this, and then we are going to take a short break, just a 10-minute break. So I want you to relax again. If you want to, you know, stretch your shoulders, whatever. One thing I like to do when I'm sitting at the computer, you stretch your arms out and back as far as you can so that your shoulder blades move in together. And then you just do small circles like this, because our shoulders can get very tense from sitting like this. So we want to stretch out. So feel free to do that anytime, but just sit, and I'm going to guide us through this next exercise. Breathe in through your nose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can repeat this as much as you want. You can always instruct people to do the number set that helps them the best. For some people with breathing issues, they may be only able to go breathe in 1, 2, 3, breathe out 1, 2, 3, 4. So everybody's got to find their comfort zone. But as you're teaching these things, you are helping people put these techniques in their toolbox so that when you're not with them, they can continue the healing process. We will go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will come back. I've got 10:26. Let's start back. I tell you what, let's start back at 10:40. That's a little bit longer. That's almost 15 minutes. We'll start back at 10:40. Okay. And y'all get a drink, bring something back with you, make yourselves comfortable.
I also did the poll, Neely, about the checking out, which I think it's your next slide, after this exercise to see if you see any differences in your stress levels after this mind-body exercise.
Okay,
So
good.
I am
Good.
seeing that before we had people that were up to an 8, now we're going down more like from 6 to low. So I think
Good.
that's a good sign.
Thank you, Marilyn. Okay, I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Did you check? Did you check work email? Did you notice an energy shift when you did those things? The skills that you're learning here, the breathing exercises in particular, help us wherever we are. So if we are in a stressful meeting, being sure that if we're feeling stress, that we start practicing our breathing, and noticing how we're breathing. If we're breathing shallow, to start breathing intentionally. So these are great skills, and they've personally helped me so much. So, okay, we're going to go on to session 3 now. And the two objectives in this is that people will be able to explain how stress and trauma affect the body and the brain, and develop a greater awareness of their own stress responses. So, and this is one of my very favorite exercises, and I have done this like even in a sermon, because like when I preach, if I'm sharing a story, I can identify with the people in the story and say, ugh, what was that person thinking when they did that? What were they feeling in their body? And so I've done this exercise, and it's funny because this one couple, when I did this exercise with them in church, this one couple turned and looked at each other, and both of them were pointing at each other and then just started laughing because they could recognize in each other when somebody had experienced this. So just take your palm, and this is a model that was developed by Daniel Siegel, a pediatrician, and he did this so that he could explain how the brain works more easily to children. I wish that this were incorporated into all aspects of education from the earliest, from elementary school on, because it's so helpful. So the palm of your hand represents the primitive part of our brain. Sometimes people will call that reptilian brain, or things like that. It's the automatic functions of our bodies. So think about the things that your body does without you controlling them. Sneeze. Your body senses something that doesn't need to be in there. It sneezes. Your heart's beating. You're not telling it to. You're breathing. You're not telling your lungs to breathe. It knows to breathe. At what level it knows to breathe is something that we can work with. But these are automatic functions. The thumb, if you want to pull that inward, the thumb represents the middle part of the brain. And this is the limbic system. And this is what controls fight, flight, freeze, fawn responses. In the limbic system are our memories and our emotions. So think about that. Memories and emotions. Good memories, bad memories. Emotions, a wide range of emotions that work inside of us. The front, the first 4 fingers, if you want to fold those in, that represents the frontal cortex of the brain. And this is where our brain tells us it's gonna be okay. I can plan my next steps. The frontal cortex of the brain is where our thinking and our planning happen, so that when everything is working together, we've got our automatic functions, we've got our memories and emotions, and we've got the rational part of our brain working fully in tandem with everything else, so that we are thinking clearly even while remembering and feeling, and our bodies still living and doing what they do. So in this third session, if you want to turn to that in your manual, you'll notice that there is a coloring your felt sense activity. And so I'm going to go ahead and show that on the screen now. And you'll notice too, we've got 2 pages of this. You can print both of them out and then give them to people in your group if you're meeting in person. And then they could do one in the class, they could take the other one home and think about doing this when they're feeling different emotions. But one of the aspects of trauma is that often we forget that we are living in our bodies. We forget our physical senses. We forget them. And so when we start to identify more in where we're feeling what we feel in our body, again, it's empowering. It helps us regain control and notice the parts of our bodies that are being most affected by trauma. So, as you're guiding people through this, and I'm actually going to, let me see here, I'm going to pull up, I'm going to share a different screen with you. I'm going to share with you from lesson 3. It won't be as easy for you to see because it's smaller print, but I think it's helpful for you to be able to see, like, okay, this is what I'm talking about in the manual. So let me share. And I'm going to go right here. And this, I'm on page 23. So once you've done this exercise and taught people about this, then you're going to also review it with the participants. You'll hold up your hand and say, okay, what does this part of the brain do? And you'll get a variety of responses. People will think about different ways that the automatic responses work. The middle part of the brain, the thumb, the cortex, the fingers, and the part of it of this exercise that's so important is that when, and I'm going to go back here to the hand model. So this is when you are like everything's working together. When you are triggered or reminded of trauma, this part of the brain kind of goes offline. So what have you lost? Your planning, your sense of safety, your sense of future, like I'm going to be okay. You've lost that. And what you are left with are your automatic functions, your memories and emotions. So that's called flipping your lid. So the frontal cortex, you get triggered, this happens, and what you've got then are fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. Those are the ways that your body may respond when you get triggered, because this part of your brain is not there it's not working in tandem anymore. It is, not able to tell you, I'm going to be okay. Okay, I can get through this. Okay, here's what my next step is. Here's the wise thing to do. So what we do in our mindfulness activities helps bring this back together so that everything is working in alignment. When we start teaching these, when we start learning these things for ourselves and applying them, we will notice, oh man, that was a big trigger to me, what just happened. And I blew up. I said something that I never would have said normally. You know, I acted however I acted. One of the best parts about this exercise and the previous one with fight, flight, freeze, fawn is that we can start to understand that no, we're not crazy. We're not crazy. We experienced something happened to us. And now, when we're reminded of that, our body's responding in this way. You're not crazy. This is how your body's responding. We would not beat ourselves up for having high blood pressure, or for, maybe we would beat ourselves up about, oh, I know I shouldn't eat this much salt. Ugh. But, we would take steps to care for our bodies when we are diagnosed with whatever illness. In the same way, when we recognize trauma, we can also take steps on dealing and coping and helping to heal that trauma. So that piece of it will have a lot of discussion. And you do want to ask participants if they can remember. Let me enlarge this some. But you do want to be able to ask them if they remember, because that's also a great activity for people to go home and talk with their families about, like teach their kids, their spouse, whatever. And so it is the stress response, our body's way of warning us when there's danger. The human species has been around a long, long time. The human species has had to cope and deal with a lot of threats and danger. And when we go through these different things that alert us to stay safe from danger in the future, then it's our body trying to help the human species survive. And our body's doing its work. So we learn how to deactivate the stress response. So that's what this next exercise with the felt sense will do. So when you lead people through the felt sense activity, you will give them this handout. I attach it on chat. I email it out to people when I'm leading a group online. But if you are physically present, just have the handout. If it's possible, have some colored markers or crayons or pencils so that people can be creative in their exercise. Creativity is a big healing presence in our lives. But people might also need prompting about, well, what am I actually going to be looking for? So the book talks about the qualities of the felt sense. These things are really helpful because when we feel disconnected from our bodies, it might be hard to even notice what is happening. What am I feeling? These are various examples of what people may feel. Do they feel pressure? What does that feel like? Is it like an air current that's running through me? Electricity that's running through me right now? What does tension feel like? Is it solid, dense? Does it feel like it's immovable? Immovable. Pain, tingling. Invite them to think about it in some more creative ways. What temperature is it? Is it hot, cool? Is it large or small? What's its shape? Light, heavy? Does it have motion to it? Does it radiate out from one place to the other? What is the speed of that? What does it feel like? What's the texture? Does it remind them of an element? Fire, air, earth, water, wood. What's it colored? What's the color of it? The sound, the taste, the smell, the mood. Is it blank and empty? this exercise helps people start identifying more about what they're feeling in their bodies. And as we learn this, it's not just a one-off activity that, oh, this will take 15, 20 minutes. No, it's an activity that then gives us clues to what we're feeling. So we can color, and you'll see the chart there on different things where people can color in like what they feel in their bodies. There's colors that they could use to go with the this legend down here at the bottom. If you don't have colored pencils or markers, people could use these symbols: X's, lines, outline, hash sign, tears. Those look like eyebrows to me. But you know, or maybe a frown on guilt. So I'm going to stop sharing this part and we'll go back to the presentation. And thank you all for all of your chat with each other. I think that's really helpful. So after you have gone through this activity, and you know, if you're in a physical setting, you can consider also, do you want some meditation music that's playing? Could you have something that is playing that is just instrumental, that helps just provide kind of a soothing atmosphere? Could you have a candle lit, aromatherapy? What other sensory things could you add to this environment so it feels like it's a healing environment? When you're going through this, okay, I'm going to go back. I'm sorry. Well, okay, I'm not going to go back to the book. You all have the curriculum in front of you. So as people are identifying these different places in the body, you have a sheet that also guides you through leading this process. So as people identify what they're feeling in their bodies, not only are they invited to breathe intentionally as they identify this, they're also invited to find an oasis spot in their minds. Now, an oasis spot is different for each one of us. I've got in the background here the woods with calming waters, and you know, that might be an oasis that other people identify with. For others, an oasis might be standing at the ocean. An oasis might be just being in the simplicity of one's backyard and seeing a bird, you know, fly onto a tree and chirp. What is your oasis? So this combines the imagination with breathing. So you are imagining yourself being in whatever space calms you. And then you are breathing through it, breathing in. And the breathing exercises that you can do here are any that we've done, where we did in the first lesson, we did breathe into the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, fully release. The second breathing activity we did was breathing in through our nose, breathing out, out double the length of time so that it's a cleansing breath. I also like to use box breathing, and box breathing is breathe in, and I do it to the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, breathe out to the count of 4, hold to the count of 4, and continue. And I use, when I'm doing this in the middle of the night, when I'm woken up with some kind of anxiety, don't know if that happens to any of the rest of you, but I imagine having a box in front of me that's sitting on the ground. And as I breathe in, I'm running my hand up the side of the box, hold, resting my hand on the top of the box, breathe out, running down the other side of the box, hold with my hand on the cool ground beneath the box, starting the process. Because the imagination and the breathing together are a powerful place for healing. Once you've done that, you do the checkout. You notice as facilitators the difference between the check-in and the checkout. If people are not feeling a difference by the time they've done all of this, then again, invite the whole group or just them and maybe some, a few others who want to stay and continue practicing the breathing. That should be voice and choice, whether people want to leave on time or stay for some added moments of mindfulness. I do just want to share that we have got a song. I'm not going to play it all because of time. And hold on just a second. That did not play on the PowerPoint, which I'm sharing. I will just tell you, we have a Women Arise podcast that's available pretty much wherever you get your podcast. And one of the podcasts has the story behind a song that was written for Triumph Over Trauma called I Am Whole. This song was developed not just to listen to, but let me, hold on just a second. I will share that screen just so you can see it. As I said, I'm not going to play the whole thing, but can you all hear?
Yes, we can hear Neely.
Thanks.
I am healed, full of joy, no one can steal. I will triumph God, what I see. I am free to believe I will reach my destiny and become what God meant me to be. Moving forward, past it all. Okay, I'm going to pause there because we don't have the time to play the full song, but I just want to tell you that that song is available for download. We also have the sheet music. We have a lyrics only video so that anybody who wants to sing that during a workshop or however you're using this program, then you can invite somebody locally to sing this song and have the track in the background. This is an affirming song, and it's something that's also a bit of an earworm. So it's a good earworm because you hear it played over and over in your head once you've heard it, and it's very positive and uplifting. But on the Women Arise podcast, you can hear the story of how that song was written by that artist. So it's a powerful story. So I'm going to go ahead and move to the next slide. Let's see here. I can. Hold on. Okay. Let me scroll down. We are going to begin session 4 now. And let me stop share and share the right screen. Okay. So session 4, and our goal here is to get through session 4 and then a little bit and then we'll do 5, and then we'll take a bit of a longer break for lunch. Okay. So responses to stress and trauma. People will learn how to describe a trigger as a trauma reminder. That language will help because sometimes the word trigger is overused. They'll be better able to identify their own trauma reminders. And this happens to facilitators as well as attendees, like we all learn in this process. And then they'll be able to describe mindfulness as a way to deactivate the stress response. Again, you start with the scale of 1 to 10. You also go through your group guidelines. I find it helpful to write out the group guidelines as I showed you in that sample, where at the beginning of every session, people read that group guideline together to remind each other, because it's easy to forget and overstep or do whatever. So in this part, we're talking about the stress response. Emotions, and this is straight from the book, you've got this. So emotions can be like the 1 to 10 scale, and we get to a 10 in a second. We have seen other people respond to us this way. We may have said something wrong, hit a nerve, and all of a sudden their facial expression changes. And they're shut down, maybe they're angry, something's going on inside of them. And the trick is, none of us know our triggers or trauma reminders until we experience it. There's nothing that can tell us, oh, when this really bad thing has happened to you, here's the triggers that you can expect. Each of us are individuals and we experience things differently. Often our triggers have to do with our physical senses. So a smell, cologne, perfume, cigarette, whatever it is. And all of a sudden we feel like we're back in that moment of trauma. It might be the sound of a particular song playing. If you are in a church, be aware of the songs that you play and how people respond to them. Some of the songs that we sing in church can be very triggering because some of them were played at funerals, and all of a sudden people are right back in that moment. So whatever it is, it could be a song that was playing at the time something bad happened. It might be the taste of something. It might be feeling something. It might be someone touching us unexpectedly, and all of a sudden we throw up our arms and we react in a way that we might not normally react or respond. So when we are responding to that trauma reminder, our body feels like it is under attack. That's what's happening. And when it feels like it's under attack, remember, our brain, our automatic functions, our memories and emotions, and then this part that controls things, keeps us thinking clearly. And when we experience a trigger or trauma reminder, this happens. And when this happens and we lose that power to plan, to control, to think clearly, then the things that will happen next in that moment can be very difficult. Sometimes we react in certain ways, and then we think, why did I react that way? And then we start to feel ashamed. Sometimes we react according to that, and then afterwards feel the need to seek forgiveness because we lashed out at somebody who didn't mean to hurt us. So, but our bodies are responding to the trauma that we are, we feel most acutely in our bodies. So the better we can identify our trauma reminders and triggers, the better we are going to be able to live a fuller and healthier life with ourselves, with our self-identity, and with those around us. So this is the education and discussion part of this session 4. And this is a powerful thing, because then you're going to go into this next level of discussion, helping people understand that the mind, body, and if you're adding that spiritual element as well, those skills are in your toolkit. And when it's best, like when you know what some of your triggers are, like I know when I drive past a certain exit on the interstate, that my body, like when I first experienced it, it was like just feeling like my heart fell into my stomach. And then my mood shifted from, oh, I was happy I was driving to the store or whatever. And then all of a sudden, like a big cloud enveloped me. Now I don't avoid going by that exit, but when I drive past it, I'm aware, oh yeah, this is where I feel that. So I know that's going to happen. And maybe I breathe a little bit differently. Maybe I put on some happy music, disco music or whatever, like something that just elevates my spirit. But to get me through that. So there's ways that once you learn these things, that you can then start applying them in your everyday life. Trauma reminders are not just the physical sensory perception. It can also be anniversaries. It can be holidays. And I led a group where I started my Thursday night group was before before and during the holidays. I called it Healing Through the Holidays. By the way, you don't have to call this Triumph Over Trauma. When you lead a group, you can name it what you name it. This is the curriculum, and use it however is going to be helpful to you and to others. But I named it Healing Through the Holidays. And one of the people who came on wanted to prep for leading a group. So she came to the group. When we started talking about trauma reminders, she realized that Christmas is a trauma reminder for her. And I know some people will have recurring sickness every holiday. It's their way of checking out, their body's way of checking out and not participating. Can be. But when you start realizing, okay, yeah, like Christmas is not a happy time for me. I feel really bad during the holidays. Okay, well, you are worthy to be honored and respected, and you could set your boundaries. You don't have to participate in everything. You can let everybody know you love them. You don't have to participate in everything. We have to take the stand for ourselves that we would if we were caring for a child who was experiencing certain things. How would you protect that child? How would you protect yourself? Looking at yourself as the child. Do you feel more protective by looking at yourself that way? So some of the different things that can bring on a trigger might be some of these different things that I did speak about. Unexpected loud noises, car backfiring, something like that, maybe an airplane. These things can be triggers to people. And if someone around you experiences this, honor it. Don't just tell them, that was a long time ago. You should forget about that. It's still in their body. and compassion and empathy is the way forward. So in the activity that you will do during this session there is a handout, and you can find that in session 4 of your curriculum. But one of the things that people will do is take, and this says 5 minutes, be creative, however much time you want to give to this, to draw or write about one of their triggers as they're capable. Again, making sure that they're equipped with the breathing as one of the ways that they can get through this. If you want to have essential oil out on the tables, the cotton balls with drops of essential oil, something else that helps them know they're safe in that moment. This is a powerful exercise because when people do write or draw, they might draw, oh, it's whenever I see this particular thing, they might sketch a drawing of it. They might write about it. But when people identify those things, then you can ask afterwards, what was that like for you? And invite discussion. Was it easy, difficult to identify your trauma reminders? And then be able to also share, this is a lifelong process. There may be other trauma reminders and triggers that we are not yet aware of. And so this is an activity that can help us by journaling to continue being aware of them, so that once we're aware, we can also then practice caring for ourselves in a better way when we might experience something similar. In this exercise, and I so want to do this with y'all, I did this the other night online, and I had only one person who had been through, she came into one group midway through, and so I didn't get to know her. She came back 2 weeks later, and she told me how peaceful she'd been able to sleep the previous night. And then when I did this body scan meditation, she fell completely asleep. And I was so proud. You know, falling asleep is not a compliment if you're preaching or speaking. It was a compliment doing a meditation that actually brought that person that peace. And so I just simply said, this concludes our session. Good evening. And I ended the session without waking her. So we're not going to do this right now, but at the very end of today, y'all are going to be able to choose which one we do. So we'll need to take a vote, Marilyn, because this one and the progressive muscle relaxation, those two get into a deeper state of mindfulness and relaxation. And so I want to conclude with one of those two. Okay, you do the checkout at that point and conclude. We're going to go on into session 5 now. And in session 5, these are the learning objectives. Help people recognize what they're currently doing to self-soothe. This is incredibly important because many of the ways that we self-soothe are not healthy. And then they will be able to distinguish on their own without somebody shaking their finger and saying, don't do that. It's like, we look at the cost of one way of soothing versus another, and then apply a self-soothing technique. Again, the check-in, the guidelines every time. Another note about guidelines, by the time people have been together a couple of times, they might also want to add something. Something came up in the group that made them not feel safe. That is totally fine to keep those guidelines as a living document. You want to remind people in session 5 that during the final session that it's going to be a closing celebration. And during the closing celebration, you can do this however you want. If you want to have a blowout party, afterwards, if you want to have refreshments, and then, in the celebratory part of it, you could invite other people to come to that part of the celebration so that new people get to hear from the other people what it was like to go through, um, what they learned, what it felt like. Um, in the closing celebration, people do get a chance to reframe their life story by what they've learned and what they've gone through. This is the session where people can get into more than just the headlines of their life story. People can do this very creatively if they want. Some people may come and with a song queued up on their phone and want to play a song that to them symbolizes what they've gone through and where they are now. Some people may want to sing or play an instrument. Some people might bring a painting that symbolizes what they've been through. So creativity for that closing celebration should start building at this point so that people start to plan and it's not just sprung on them when they arrive at that 7th session. So in the education and discussion portion, you go into like, when you feel bad, how do you take care of yourself? These are some of the things that people typically may say. You know, there should be no judgment put on these things when you're leading. If you are real judgmental about these activities, people may shut down and may never be able to admit what they're doing. And admitting it to ourselves is one thing, but feeling safe to admit it in front of others is a whole other thing. So please refrain from judgment. Please tell everyone not to judge one another in this time. We all are finding our way and we have survived to this point, and judgment's not going to help us survive any better. It's going to be self-identifying what is not working for us and learning new things that do work for us. So some of these things are ways that people deal with when they're feeling bad. Some of these things are great, like, yeah, reading a good book, counting to yourself. Even children do that. My granddaughter was upset yesterday and I said, "Can you count to 5?" She said, "No." But on a better day, she would have started counting to 5. And, that would have been something to help her calm a bit down. So we all have our ways. So in this session, page 36, you're going to share this. Again, I will share this slideshow with you so you can use any of this. But you can also just make copies of anything that's in the manual or put things up on a screen or use a dry erase board or chalkboard. Then you start moving into what costs are associated with these comfort strategies. Some people feel like, okay, I'm feeling terrible. I've got to have this drug, whatever the drug is. I need to find somebody to have sex with. And so they might enter into a lot of promiscuous types of relationships because they're ultimately trying to soothe a part of themselves that needs to be held and needs that distraction in that moment. But when you look at the cost of these different things, some of the things that are in the book that people may talk about, like, yeah, when I do this, I feel so guilty the next morning. I feel hungover the next morning. I'm not able to be there fully present for my kids or my spouse or friends. A lot of people are engaging in more and more screen time. And when we do that, like I engage in screen time, but when it becomes that coping mechanism, um, it disenfranchises us from participation in the world's beauty and all else that it has to offer. The Surgeon General released a report last year on the US's epidemic of loneliness and isolation. Even though we might have 5,000 friends on Facebook, if you don't have one or two friends out of those 5,000 that you can be yourself with, that you can trust and talk to about anything, you're suffering from isolation and loneliness. Because we all have a need to understand and to be understood, to love and to be loved. We need that essential quality met, and we don't get that from no matter how many likes we get on social media, we don't get that. So you'll be weighing the cost, and they will be weighing the cost of what they do. Whether they admit what they do or not is beside the point. No one should be coerced into sharing what they do. If people want to share, great. If they don't, great. But they need to have something to write on. So, a simple journal for the group will help so much. And being able to make notes for themselves and share this with themselves. And if they found that kind of trust and transparency in your group, then they may be able to share. We know that in Alcoholics Anonymous, people share when they fall off the wagon. They go in and they share. And the kind of peer support that they get there is not into judging, it is about acknowledging and then saying, okay, we begin again today. And so I hope that we will have that level of sensitivity in these groups. You move towards asking people to think about those they turn to for comfort and what qualities do those people have? Is it somebody who's lived through something similar? Is it someone who is a really good listener? Is it someone who checks in on you? The simple text out of the blue. Just want you to know I'm thinking about you. Is it that person? Is it someone who's really honest, who doesn't just blow smoke, but actually shares what they think in a way that the person can hear? Some people are honest, and they're honest to the extent that the other person will never fully hear what they're saying, because it's shared in too much of a controlling manner. But you're trying to elicit out of the group, like the qualities that they look for in someone who they do turn to. And then you move into this self-assessment. So people will then look at, okay, yeah, here's the comforting strategies that I use. Here's what they cost in terms of loss of life, livelihood, whatever. And how many of my strategies are dependent, too many of mine are dependent upon other people and helping to calm me down. Because we know we can't always have somebody right there at our side who is going to be that person to help us through. So people need to have the go-to person or people, but they also really need to know, here's what I can do when I'm alone. And that's empowerment, because we can all wake up in the middle of the night with things bothering us. Nobody's there to make us feel better, to make us feel better. And so we have to rely on the skills that we are developing to be able to come back into a restful night's sleep and move on into the next day. By the way, sometimes when people wake up at night, it is the reptilian part of the brain, the primitive part of the brain that is in overaction mode. It's in, hypervigilance. So it's perceiving threats out there. So reptiles, you think about, okay, night creatures too, they're having to be on the lookout for, like, what is there that's predatory? What's going to, potentially take their life? A part of the human species is we've got that too. And when we don't have all of our brain working in tandem together, that part is on high alert mode. And that's what often happens in the middle of the night. And people cope in different ways. Some people have to get up, turn the lights on, fully wake up, look around. Okay, yeah, the door's locked, the windows are closed, everything looks good inside. I'm okay. Sometimes they have to go through that process before they can go back to sleep. So this is all part of the learning. In this activity for that session, there is a clustering sheet, and you can find that in the session. There's also, by the way, in the Dropbox, there is a handout PDF that only has the handouts, and that was crafted so that you could easily print 20 copies of the handouts. And have them collated pretty easy. However many people are in your group, but that is in the Dropbox as well. But with clustering, what you are doing is you're moving through, one word, like what one word are you thinking of in that moment of emotional pain? They start with it over here in the left box. Okay, then they may move into, okay, I'm feeling anger. Then they start moving into the next box. What does that feel like? It's hot, burning. Then they may move over here to these other two boxes and think how they think. It might be reflecting on, here's what I do when I'm angry. I get enraged. What other feelings are associated with rage? I need to stop myself. I need to shut it down. I can't do that. Ashamed, whatever, ashamed. So then you start moving into these different spheres of one word. And as we go through this activity, then people may start feeling like, oh, it makes more sense now. And that's what we're trying to do as well, is help people find the kind of the explanations of, like, how we do go from 0 to 10 when we're triggered. Okay, this thing has happened to us. Our brain is not acting like we want it to act. And this is the outcome of it. These are the things that I feel when I'm triggered. So people can go through this clustering activity for all of the different things that they have colored in on their felt sense worksheet. If they have shown guilt, anger, grief, sadness, they could then build upon that with the clustering activity and start to understand, okay, yeah, when this happens, I feel this, that, I get angry, then I feel hot inside. Then my heart starts racing. Then I get enraged and then I feel ashamed and I feel like I've got to shut it down. You know, we've got choices. Sometimes we think that everything is, you know, like, what is it called? Binary. You know, we think it's on and off. Like, I can feel rage, I cannot feel rage. Like, you know, it's this or this. When we start to think about why am I feeling enraged? Okay, there may be a really logical reason for you feeling that. There's no issue in you feeling that. You feel that way. When we get angry, it's a sign that something's not right. Something's not right. And so when we are in, you know, full mind, you know, control, then we can start to think, what am I going to do with this rage? Rather than letting the rage envelop us and cause all kinds of other problems. We can think, okay, yeah, rage, I see you in there. Okay, here's what we're going to do with that. And you can channel it very productively. I mean, we need to be enraged about some of the things happening in our society. What we do with that, it can either make things better or make things worse. So our emotions are not bad. They're there, and we just need to understand how to deal with them. Okay, end of this session, you will do progressive muscle relaxation. So if y'all want to turn to those 2 pages, body scan, progressive muscle relaxation, glance them over. Y'all could take a vote sometime during this next session so that we do that at the end, because we'll do one really positive, you know, not very powerfully positive, but it's felt in a different way. All of these, you know, you might love the short ones more than the longer ones, but they're here for you. You do the stress level checkout, and then you move on to session 6. It is 11:38. I'm gonna go ahead and do a break now for lunch so that we can do 6 and 7 when we come back. Because we've got a tight time frame, I ask that we only take a 20-minute break. So that will give you time to go to the restroom, stretch, get something to eat. You might still be eating when you're back on camera, and that will be okay. But we will start again at noon my time at the top of the hour, and then we will come in for a landing. And once we do session 6 and 7, we'll have time for Q&A. And if that extends beyond, y'all can choose whether to stay or leave. But we'll do an intentional follow-up on May 9th to see how everybody's coming along and what insights or questions or barriers you have. So take a break. I'll see y'all soon.
Bon appetit, everybody. See you in a while.
Thanks, Marilyn.
Look at your emails. No, just kidding.
We'll be starting in another minute, so you should be settling back into your chair. And if you've got your lunch or whatever, feel free to bring that with you, something to eat. I noticed that we have Doris from Nigeria also on this call. I'm so thankful that you're here, Doris. Doris leads now it's her own nonprofit there, and it's called Triumph Over Trauma and Stigma Initiative, which is called TOTSI. So Doris has been responsible, along with her partner, Dr. Rhoda Manzo, of like getting groups started, training other people how to lead groups, and she's even going in to train a new group of leaders in a part of Nigeria where schoolgirls were recently kidnapped by Boko Haram and then released. When they're released, sometimes there's stigma that they face back home, in addition to all the trauma that they've suffered. And so they're going to be leading groups to include those girls so that they can also be received back into community in a loving and supportive way. And then learning these skills that you all are learning today. So I'm thankful for all of you being here, and I know we'll start recording again in just a moment. One of the people who was on said that she was having difficulty with her internet connection, but I will make this recording available to you, and we'll probably put it on YouTube, but it'll be private. And at this point, I would like to create kind of a asynchronous training model. We got startup capital for this program, but we do not have sustaining capital for this program. So I do also want to share with you that you can make donations to Triumph Over Trauma at harperhill.global/donate. That is the nonprofit that I run, that was, as I said in the beginning, named after my mom and her side of the family. But those donations will go to make sure that we can continue holding trainings like this, and then also send some of our team members out to other places where they could then train others to do the groups as well. So please keep that in mind. So as we settle back in, I want you to think of how you feel in your body at this point. I know my legs are feeling kind of heavy from sitting here all morning. My shoulders, I'm bad at slouching. So like my shoulders feel a little bit of tension and stress. So just make sure that you're aware, and the check-in that we do at the beginning and end of each group is also great to do on a daily basis for you and for those participants you will have. Just being able to think, okay, where am I on a scale of 1 to 10? And start to recognize, okay, yeah, right at this point, I'm feeling really stressed. What does it feel like in my body when I'm under this stress? What am I grasping for to help pull me out of this stress? How can I self-soothe in a way that cost nothing, that might have benefits, and bring me to that better place of less stress, less anxiety, so that I'm here for the present moment and able to function at my very best. So let's see, Marilyn, I don't know if the recording, maybe it continued going through our break.
It's
Okay,
still recording.
okay.
Oops.
So that's all right, but when it's on YouTube, like y'all can just fast forward. And like I said, that will be a private link. I'm not going to publish it for the world, okay? But just something that will help you remember what we talked about and what we did for different lessons. So I'm going to go ahead. We'll start with session 6 now. And in this session, your learning objectives are for them to be able to describe mindfulness. We hear the word mindfulness a lot, but often it just becomes one of those buzzwords and people don't take it to heart. You know, with our learning, like we learn things with our minds, we can remember things, but when those lessons sink down into our hearts, that's when behavior change starts. If something's just held in knowledge only, but not integrated into our daily practices, it becomes kind of useless information. And I've got a whole bunch of that in my mind. But mindfulness, once people are able to describe it in their own terms, it can help them move through life in a different way. Again, you start with your check-in, noting where people are. If people are, saying, I'm at a 9, then you can go ahead right then and start a mindfulness activity. And really, the group I lead on Thursday nights, every week I do that, just because I think it helps people become more present in the moment, rather than possibly distracted by something that just happened or something that they've got to do, so that they can be fully present for the session. So, and that's where we come into mindfulness. So this is lifted straight from your manual, sharing that we often do focus on the past and the present and the past and the future rather than the present. I was trying to remember, there's an old saying about like, the present or the past is behind us. The future is before us. The present is a gift. Let us be thankful. I think it was something like that. Um, so, but coming back to the present moment, learning how to stop and reconnect with the present moment is one thing that really helps people when they get upset or bothered by triggers or trauma reminders. Mindfulness helps us deal with stress, and it helps us feel more like we're back in control and we're back to who we really are, our truest sense of self, where everything is working in tandem with each other, and we feel that sense of calm and empowerment over what we're going to do next. So with mindfulness, we get focused on certain things that we see right in front of us. There's some great activities out there on TikTok, on Instagram, whatever, but it's basically thinking, okay, what can I see right now? Can I name 4 things that I see? 3 things that I see. Okay, I see a black lamp. I see my curtains. I see a painting of someone that I love. It brings us back into the present moment. It shifts our stress response, which is the sympathetic nervous system, and helps us feel more in control of our bodies by activating the parasympathetic nervous system. So this isn't just some woo-woo kind of new age thinking. This is science. This is how our body responds with the sympathetic nervous system in kind of overdrive to the parasympathetic nervous system, which accompanies and helps us feel more in control. In this session, we will talk about the wise mind. And excuse me, this activity is really helpful because we all know, if we look back at our actions in the past and the ways that we respond, we can typically identify when we were responding in an emotional mind, and when we were working through a reasonable mind. So some examples of an emotional mind, when you see someone, a loved one in an airport, you might run in the airport to see that person when you normally would not run in an airport through a crowd. You might run, just take off and just hug them. Totally emotional mind. Great example of that. Like you are enveloped in that moment of emotion, and it's positive emotion. Emotional mind, sometimes we experience if you see a commercial on television with sad puppies, and they're asking for money to help pets, you might immediately go to your phone and send money. Emotional mind. You're thinking, you feel so much empathy for that situation that you are responding quickly in that. Reasonable mind might also come into play with that, because you can think, oh, there's this suffering. I feel so bad for that. And I can do something to help with that. So there's an element of rational thinking and mindfulness in that moment as well. The wise mind is when both the rational and the emotional mind come together. And it's in that space that we start to feel our true power, where everything is coming together. We feel our emotions. We have our memories of things in the past, and we have our rational mind that helps us plan. So I want to refer now straight to the manual. I'm going to stop sharing this for a moment, and I'm going to pull up the manual. Again, going straight to the session. This is session 6, and let me get to the right page. And excuse me. So as I share this, I want you to note too that if you were doing this in person, you'll see at the beginning of each session what materials you need. And it'll tell you the handouts that you need, but also a flip chart and markers. Like, it's great for people to be able to see what they're saying on a board, at least words, phrases, parts of it. That can also be very affirming. We said at the beginning that, affirming people, engaging people is important in this. If they add to the discussion and then see their words up on the board, it could be a chalkboard, whatever you have, it's very affirming. So just want to make a note about that. So, so you've got the script here as well that you can follow on. You can also be very creative in what you say, and if there's other activities online that you want to add to any session, feel free to do that. That's in your control as a facilitator. I saw something in the chat about this and whether people should continue sharing only headlines, or if you do the news stories. I think you're going to find that there might be kind of an in-between space where people aren't sharing all the details of what happened to them, but they do start sharing more than they did in the very beginning. And that's okay. So if someone shares a little bit more about what happened, that is absolutely fine. If the circle of people, are sensing that transparency and honesty and openness with each other, that is okay. But as a facilitator, if people start going into a ton of details, if they start taking up the majority of time in the group and other people don't have the same opportunity to share, as a facilitator, you need to manage that. You also need to look at the body language and see how other people are responding, because we can often tell if someone is feeling shut down or judgmental. We'll see this. We might see the folded arms when somebody is trying to protect themselves. They're holding their arms up to kind of protect that solar plexus place of self-identity. Like, I don't want to feel this that I'm feeling. So as facilitators, you will just have to watch and then be gracious. If you need to move on, be gracious and say maybe to a person that overshares, I really want to spend time with you and listen. Can we meet after this is over, one-on-one? So that is up to you. That's also where like having additional resources that are available in your community come in really handy, because you might also be at a place where the person is open to finding a therapist, if there's one available, if there's one that's affordable. But getting back to this lesson, so you go through these different phases of talking about the wise mind versus the reasonable mind. In the reasonable mind, people think about, okay, so you can have these on a screen. I need to go somewhere. I don't have a ride. Okay, I'm going to call the bus station and see what the schedule is so that I can still get there. Call somebody else for a ride. That's reasonable mind. When we think, I need to have a cake, it's somebody's birthday. Okay, I'm going to bake that cake. Okay, well, what do I need to do in order to have a cake on this day? You're making those planning steps in getting to your achieved goal. So some of the questions here, one of them in particular, this one about, can you think of any time when it is not helpful to be in reasonable mind? People might have a hard time with that, but the truth is, like, if we are in emotional mind and somebody else is only working out of rational mind, and you are crying and they tell you to put your shoes and socks on because it's time to go, I don't think that's a very good response. Yes, you may need to go, but that balance of emotion and ration is going to be the best way to handle situations like that. Like letting the person know, I feel for you. Do you think that you can go to what to where you're needed at this point? Do you need a few more moments? So we all need that blending. And we've probably had people before when we've been upset where they were so rational about everything, you just felt totally dismissed and like they didn't even see you. So that's one example of when it's not so great having somebody with us who is working only out of a rational mindset. The emotion mind, I shared a couple of examples before, and the examples before, that I shared were good, positive, like running to someone in the airport. But the emotional mind also can make us snap at people that we love, that we would never talk to in a particular way. And we do it before we think about whether or not we want to do that at that point in time. Maybe we need to have a disagreement with the person. Maybe it would be better if we wait a few minutes until we're cooled down. This is something, by the way, that I use in premarital counseling, because I think once people understand, okay, yeah, you can, if you snap when you're in that frame of mind, how much work is it going to take you to get back to where you were in the relationship before you snapped? So some of these things, they can just be integrated into the regular work that we do. Excuse me, I shouldn't have eaten. Now I'm congested. But spending money when we don't really have it to spend, that can develop into a shopping addiction. And people do that a lot, online shopping. Again, when people are sharing what they share about examples, they might give a very specific example of when a rational mind is not handy, when an emotional mindset alone hurts. Those examples may reflect on what they have done or what has been done to them. So our job is not to judge or even start saying, oh my gosh, I feel so bad for you. Thank them for sharing and say, I hear you. We hear you. And I do sometimes say, I'm sorry that happened to you. But it's different from me getting totally absorbed in that one story and then shifting the whole energy of the class around one story. We don't want to do that. So people need to be able to share during this time. So then when we talk about emotion mind or rational mind, we start asking them, what do you do when you're in emotion mind? In what ways can it be helpful or good? In what ways might it not be helpful to be in that space? And in those moments, like if you've got a flip chart or dry erase board, if you're using technology and doing a presentation, a slide deck as you go, typing things in, having them be able to see these are things. It might also be that you have Post-it notes and that people write down different things and then just simply stick them on a board. It gives credibility and respect for these are the things. These are the things we do. These are the ways that it's good to be an emotion mind. These are the ways that it's not good. So you can organize that however you want. So again, we see that wise mind is that coming together of emotion and rational thinking, emotional and rational thinking. So they do produce a much bigger sense and a greater effect, a greater positive effect than working on one side or the other. And so at this point, this activity is a little more, it can be a little bit more difficult because people can have a hard time if they have gotten used to not listening to themselves. They can get used to not hearing themselves. So for myself, like I feel it very much in my gut when I know that I've got to do something. And so I look at my gut as that space in my body where there's wisdom, where it's both emotional thinking and rational thinking. I look at it there. Sometimes I give myself a while before I act on that because I think, okay, I got to see, is that feeling still going to be there tomorrow before I take this giant leap? But I've come to understand more about my own personal intuition. For some people, they might have intuitive dreams, dreams that are very puzzling when they wake up. And yet, if they take time, they can see, oh, yeah, this is what my body's trying to tell me. Like, I understand things better now. For some people, they might feel this in a different part of their body. They might feel it in their forehead. They might feel it in their chest or heart. So I'd like to go ahead and ask you all in the chat, just share, like, is there a part of your body where you can trust that's giving you direction when you're faced with a decision? That's a long question. I should have typed it out before, sorry. Are you in tune with your body to know, like, this is the space I feel certainty? I see a lot of great comments here, and I love that. Feet. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you for all of these great comments and input. Breathing. Yeah. Tune into my heart. Yeah. So feet, when I'm spiraling, I need to find my feet and the ground they're on. Finding the ground that you're standing on is so centering. And, for people, we often stand and we don't even think about that because we're so much in our heads, in our head space. But being able to come back into knowing, I'm standing, this is what I'm feeling with my toes. This is what I'm feeling with my heels, the balls of my feet. All of these things are great. Okay, so in this activity, you then also ask, like, do you have other ways of knowing this? Like, and for some people, they may say, okay, I know that I'm thinking clearly when I have this intuition, and I also meet with someone who I really trust. And I find that sense of synergy there around this. And then it's two minds coming together. So people in the group may feel like, I don't know how this is. But by helping them identify what do they do in emotional mind, what do they do in rational mind, how have those come together? Are there stories that can be shared about what you wanted to do emotionally and what you did instead that was more of a wise mind way of thinking? You can get some great examples and discussions. Okay, so you would go through this activity with them, and they can actually write on this as well. So you've got this in addition to using any kind of board, chalkboard or whatever. So I'm going to go back to sharing the presentation now. And you would then, after this activity, then you do the deep breathing exercises with them. And it might be that they find more alignment with the wise mind by doing this activity. So what I do is invite people to breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hand on heart and belly or solar plexus. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And continue repeating that. Being able to place the hand on the heart and the hand on the solar plexus, that space right in between your rib cages. That space, some people think of that as the chakra of identity, self-identity. And having one's hand on that space. It helps us get reconnected. And while we might not think of, I found the wise mind in my body, getting back to that space where self-identity is the wise mind. Self-identity is so much more than what we do. People say, well, what do you do for a living? You can't really know people by what they do. Sometimes, like you, if you're a social worker, I can think, oh, you're a helping spirit. You know, or I mean, I can tell sometimes by what people do, who they are. But we get so focused on seeing people from the outside, how they're dressed, you know, what they're doing, how they're acting, that really there's that whole other layer. Each one of us has a whole universe inside of us. Each one of us does. And that universe is filled with all of the experiences that we've gone through, good and bad and neutral. And those experiences that we've had also play a big part in how we live our lives today. The adaptations we've made to survive along the way, and the things that we avoid, the things that we are passionate about. So reconnecting with self-identity is that greater sense and fullness of being. There is a book that I absolutely love, and it's very simple, and it's called Coffee Self-Talk. And a friend put it in a stocking, Christmas stocking for me a few years ago. And she, I don't know what, if she realized how important it would become to me, but it's 5 minutes a day, get your coffee. It's looking at your internal script. What do you say to yourself? And also, how do we start speaking to ourselves differently? Because so much of our pain and anguish comes from us talking down to ourselves in ways that we would never talk to somebody we love. So I do recommend that, Coffee Self-Talk. Okay, so then you would do the checkout here, engage them on the level of stress that they're feeling at that point, and we are ready to go into the closing celebration. So session 7, just think about the things that you can do to make this celebratory. And I mean, you can have different music, you can have things to eat if you want, you can have, whatever. This is your time to be creative as a facilitator. Also want to encourage you to have a co-facilitator, because it's so much easier when you're doing this together. There's times on Thursday nights when I cannot be present, and I know there's other people that I can call on to stand in for me. So it's important to keep the group on schedule and have that consistency. If some people don't show up every time, just continue to include them however they come. It can be a closed group where like only the people who come in on the front end are included. And I respect that because you're able to create a setting where people have established the norms of engagement. It is possible to do a group like I'm doing where it's like the AA format in terms of it's every Thursday at 6 p.m. and people can show up and they can leave. And so for that, I also have a presentation. I do a recap every week of what trauma is, fight, flight, freeze, and fawn. And then we go from there into some of the other exercises. But anyway, just some additional housekeeping notes. So people should have been planning what they're going to do on the celebration together. Like nobody, and especially people who've been traumatized, they don't like surprises. They may not like to be called upon to, answer something. They might not like to be called upon to read or respond. And many people feel a higher need of control when they've been traumatized because their control was taken away from them at one point. So in this session, it's important that at least in session 5, you start talking about this. I would do it again in session 6, reminding them, hey, next week is a celebration. We're going to talk about what we learned in this, and we're going to talk about, share our life stories, however we, feel comfortable doing so. So you do the scale of 1 to 10. How are you feeling? I'd like to do a recap. So, this could be fun if you've got people who are very engaged and who all like to participate. You could do something fun here and have this as kind of a game, and there's prizes for everyone. But it's just kind of reinforcing the things that have been taught along the way. Also, I want to say that it is absolutely fine for you to get participants to participate in leading any of the mindfulness activities. Sometimes we learn better when when we're not only participating but leading. And so if you think someone is ready and able to do that, like giving them that chance, helps them feel empowered in that moment. Again, you're also wanting to identify anybody who could potentially be another facilitator for another group. This allows our groups to multiply. So you might not hold one for a while, somebody else steps in, gets trained. They might want to keep the same group going because so much of this is about practice. People need reinforcement for these practices to take hold. This is not a one and done. It's often used with people who are already in therapy. And this is something, the psychological education is not something that they're taught in therapy. So these are things that work alongside, and that we can also help people kind of grow into their role of, as some may say, wounded healers, where it's, that space of I've been there in that space. I know what it feels like. I have more empathy, and here's some things that are helping me. So you do your recap. The reflection part of this is, how has this group changed your outlook on your experiences? Has this group changed your outlook on your experiences? I've gotten really beautiful testimonies from people who are connecting the dots and saying, okay, now I understand why I do this. It's because of that. I know now why I feel really uncomfortable in a crowd. One lady shared that it sounded like she was hyperventilating. She said that she would get to that point where she was sweating and she would have to sit down when she was in a crowd, and that she felt embarrassed and ashamed because then other people would come alongside her and try to comfort her and help her, but she felt awkward because it kept happening. And through the group, she said that she knows now what she can do and that she started practicing. Like when she knows she has to go into a crowd, she carries a bottle of water, and that's something that comforts her. And that she practices the deep breathing. And she said she's able to cope better. So you'll get a wide variety of responses as people are connecting the dots for themselves. Asking people what they've done in their life that they're most proud of is a terrific thing to ask, because sometimes we only focus on the negative things that we've done or bad things that we've experienced. But what have you done that you're proud of? There's a great song that I love called Proud by Heather. I can't remember her last name. She's British, but it's just a great uplifting kind of disco beat song that we all need to know that at the end of the day, there's at least one thing that we can be proud that we did. So help draw that out in people, help them start affirming themselves for what they've done that they're proud of. Did they make up their bed? Hey, that's a big thing for me. Like, I don't always do that. I mean, there's always something that people have done that they can be proud of. So the mind-body skill that they feel would be most beneficial, you'll get a variety of responses because of the ease of use of the breathing exercises, being so like ready to just, you can breathe deeply anywhere you're at. Really helpful. Some people will say, oh my gosh, I love progressive muscle relaxation. By the way, Marilyn, do we have input on which one we're going to do?
We are gonna have to make a vote.
Okay, if you could go ahead and get that started, that would be great.
Okay, I will create the poll, so give me a few minutes, and
Okay.
then the two are muscle relaxation and body scan, right?
Right.
Great. One moment.
Okay. And then the identifying positive characteristics about yourself. What do you love about yourself? Do you love the way that you help other people feel about themselves? Do you love how you see the light in any tunnel? Do you love the way that you have empathy for people? That you get sad when somebody else is feeling sad, you feel it. There's always things to love about ourselves. So I'm going to stop sharing here, and we're going to talk a little bit more about oh, hold on. I'm not going to stop. We're going to do also, the group has this validation exercise, and this is a space where people can go around the circle and share what they appreciate about each other. Like if somebody was always willing um, to listen in a very intentional way, like other people affirming that is a gift. If someone was able to be vulnerable and share hard things to the extent that they're shared at this point, that can be shared. This validation exercise can actually come after people have shared have reframed their life stories and shared more with the group. So this could come at the very end, allowing even what people have just done to be commented on as, you were really courageous in sharing that. Or, I so appreciate the care and compassion that you shared for me when I spoke, the encouragement that I got from you. So that reflection is really, really helpful. You know, we've got a lot of people in this world who never hear anything good about them. And so those affirmations can be life-changing to someone. So, but if people come into this final session with like time, they want time to share their story with others, you know, set aside the time. You'll be making out your schedule for that last class, however you feel it's most important to. So if it is that somebody says they want to share their story, you could say, okay, we'll give 5 minutes for a presentation. You know, you'll have 5 minutes to share. You don't have to do that 5-minute rule if you don't want to, but that's just an option. Some people might want to share a PowerPoint, a slide deck on this is me as a kid, this is when this happened, and this is me, you know, at another point in my life, this is me now, and I see how I can be in the future. There's so many creative ways that people can present their stories. And also they may share a song. Now in the Tamar Y manual for youth, that has a whole big song list. And there's a lot of songs in there that youth are listening to. And I mean, we might listen to as well. But some of those songs have language in them. And we put that in there because like when we identify with certain songs, sometimes it's for a particular reason. If the song is very angry and vitriolic, like it's, you know, all of that. I mean, sometimes those songs express things that we don't feel like we have another way to express. So, I mean, there is a set of songs that go session by session in the youth version. In the youth version, you might also find other activities that you want to do while leading the adult version. The two go hand in hand, so feel free to just use your creativity and go with the flow. You know, add what you want. But in that last session, make sure that you honor each person's presence. If somebody says, I don't want to speak, but hey, I'm laying this rose down on this table, and this is my offering. This is symbolic of whatever. Honor that. So people just need to be able to use their creativity and be applauded for it, for their courage, and you know how far they've come in these 7 sessions. And then you can follow with cake and ice cream and party hats or whatever you want to do. Dance. There's all kinds of other things that are combined with trauma therapy to help people get more into their bodies. There's yoga, trauma therapy. There's, you know, drumming, there's soundscapes. There's all kinds of things like that. And so you can just be creative and use the things that are going to best suit your community. So let's see, I think we've got, oh, not everybody has, now we're neck and neck between progressive muscle relaxation and body scan. So we need, oh man, are we split? We're split down the middle.
It's literally 50-50. We have 3 people who haven't voted. You might have the deciding vote, or the other option, Neely, is we can just break out into 2 rooms. I can do the body scan and you can do the progressive muscle relaxation, and then everybody gets what they wish for.
Okay, that's a great idea. So
Okay.
Marilyn, if you would go ahead and do, you do the progressive muscle relaxation. I'll do the
Okay.
body scan and then just separate us, do 2 breakout rooms, and then you choose which one you want to be in.
Great. I can just open one breakout room, and whoever wants to join me with
Okay,
progressive muscle relaxation just can come in, and then whoever wants to stay with Neely just can stay in the main room.
that sounds
So,
good.
so yeah, I will be waiting for you in the only other room there is.
Thank you.
Okay. Do you know how to go into the rooms? Okay, yes, we have some people that are joining. Okay. So see you there. On the lower bar, you can see where you can join breakout rooms. Or if anybody needs help, I can always um just select you and put you in the breakout room. Does anybody need any help being placed into the breakout room?
I think it's working.
Okay,
For
great.
the rest of you, you would just click on more, and then I think that would probably be it, and then you'll see breakout rooms. But it looks like we're divided. So let me go ahead and move this over, and I'm going to lead you through body scan. Now, body scan is it is on page, let's see here. It's on page 33. So, but I don't want you to pay attention to that right now. I'm going to lead you through this. So this is experiential for you. Like, look at all that you've done today. You have sat through this training. You've participated in something that can be life shifting for yourself and for those you care about in your community. I want you to just bring attention to your body. Close your eyes if that's comfortable, or keep them open. Notice your body seated, feeling the weight of your body on the chair, your feet on the floor. Take a few deep breaths. Breathe in 1, 2, 3, 4. Out 1, 2, 3, 4. In 1, 2, 3, 4. Out 1, 2, 3, 4. As you bring in more oxygen, feel your body enlivening. And as you exhale, have a sense of relaxing more deeply. You're breathing out through your mouth. If you want to make a loud swooshing sound as you breathe out, that is fine. Now notice your feet on the floor. Notice the sensations of your feet touching the floor. What does that feel like? We feel the floor. We also feel our feet touching the floor. Is that there a weight and pressure there? Vibration, pulse, heat? Just notice how your feet feel on the floor. Notice your legs against the chair. What are they feeling? Is there pressure? Heaviness? Lightness? Pulsing? Notice your legs. And notice your back against the chair. Let your back relax against the chair. Bring your attention into your stomach area. Is your stomach tight or tense? Let it soften. Let it soften, and as you breathe, notice that soft movement of your belly. Notice your hands. Are they tense or tight? If you want, you can stretch your fingers back. Shake your hands. Allow them to soften. Now notice your arms. What do they feel? Is there any tension or tightness? Let them relax, just dropping them at your sides. Let your shoulders be soft and be soft. Notice your neck and your throat. Do you carry tension in your neck or throat or jaw? Just let them relax. Let them relax. Let them be soft. Notice your forehead. Is your forehead worried with the stress of the day? Is it holding that stress? Let your face and facial muscles be soft. Just breathe deeply. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now breathe as you wish. Be aware of your whole body as best you can. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Continue breathing as you wish. Be right back. Okay, do y'all feel refreshed? Do you feel ready to go to sleep? Yeah, I mean, that's what I was talking about. Like, that lady fell asleep. And I think these activities are skills that we can learn. And the more we practice them, the less we'll have to rely upon a script. So this concludes our training. And so for the next 30 minutes, and it might not take 30 minutes, but I want to open it up to questions. I want to hear what y'all think. If there's extra things that you can recommend to each other, I want to hear from you.
I actually had a little Menti activity just to be able to visualize what everybody wanted to say, but we can do it and also share either in the chat or speaking to hear your lovely voices. If that's okay, I wanted to know how you're feeling right now. So please click on the link in the chat for the Menti, and I'm going to start it. It's just a few questions for you. The first one is, are you able to access it just to be sure? Yes, good. Thank you, Chad. Okay, so I want to know, how do you feel? What are your emotions? Good, bad, neutral? Everything is welcome. How do you feel right now? Relaxed, calm. Okay, another relaxed, I am assuming. The link is in the chat, or you can also write in the chat. Or tired, or just overwhelmed by so much information, whatever you feel. We just want to know. Tired, yes, tired. Re-energize, breathing better. Great. Okay, I'm gonna give a few more seconds. If anybody has trouble accessing the Menti, you can write in the chat as well. Rosalind says, I feel like I can let something go on my immediate to-do list rested. Oh, very great to know. We checked something off from your to-do list. Rejuvenated, excited, thankful. Thank you, everybody.
Marilyn, you're so good with technology and all of that. I love it.
Just
That's a
got
great
I
tool.
know you've been here for 4.5 hours, so just to keep you here a little bit more, right? Great. Okay, so let's see. Skip says good. Dr. Sandra says ready to take a nap before you fall asleep on us. Okay. So, next question. You don't have to write something long, just like whatever comes to mind. What are your initial takeaways from today's training? It can be a word, it can be a phrase. You can go all in if you want. You could also speak if you would like, or write in the chat as well. I'll be listening. I'll be reading. Sarah, the breathing exercises were much needed. As people who work with others trying to help them through difficult times, it's important to remember to take care of ourselves. Completely true. Many ways to use information. Here I have on the screen. I'm excited to start this with a group. Another one of you says, love the part about the negative impact of responding to an emotional mind with a rational mind. Yes, important to start to tune into our wise mind, or an instinct, you could say, right? New approach to facilitating trauma content, the value of bringing journals and creative expression materials. Definitely, we were chatting about that in the chat. Excited to bring to my community lots of ideas bubbling. I'm really glad to hear this. And I think I hear some people chatting away in the distance. Encouraged to start a group. We are so happy to feel and to hear that you want to start a group. It's the whole point of this, to share it within your community. I love the focus on mind, body, spirit. definitely. Excited about sharing this information with many. This is so inspiring. Love the emphasis on inclusion. Thank you everybody for sharing this. Looking forward to start another group. Okay, we got a lot of people wanting to start a group, so we're gonna be asking you about this. Okay, we're gonna be following up on you, because that's the whole point. Valuable information for all age groups. Looking forward to hearing more about the need in my area. You're welcome, Skip and everybody. Okay, I think I'll just go to the next one, and
Hold
this is.
on,
Oh
hold
yes,
on just
sorry,
a
Neely, go.
second. Yeah, one of the thing, oh, I love that too about the thinking about inclusion. So, if we think about, okay, trauma is a human issue. And I mean, I don't know anybody who gets out of this world unscathed. Like we are all experiencing something. Um, and so being able to notice these things in community and then be able to provide a safe space for people to heal is it's so incredible. Um, I was going to say something else and I've forgotten it. So you go on ahead, Marilyn.
When you remember, you can speak. And this is just yeah, this is just open to have it on for us to know so we can prepare for our next session. But what questions do you have? And also just feel free to open your mics and also speak, not just what questions you have, but your thoughts, your feelings, anything you want to share. But we will be taking note of the questions, so that we can address these if you have any. Um, Neely, when was it that you said that we were going to have another session for a Q&A?
May 9th, and it
Okay.
will be at 10 a.m. Central Time. So
I
11 a.m.
I had I
Eastern.
had a question
Okay.
about when it's time for the art. Many times have deaf people and people that are being overseen. Would the
Mhm.
dry erase boards be better so they can wipe away what they write? Because there's people who keep their papers and look at their trash and don't understand that they're not trying to kill themselves or they're angry. They don't like to draw what they think because people keep their papers and
Okay.
misunderstand them. So would dry erase be better?
Yeah, I like that thought because I mean it's really important for people to feel like they do have a safe space because if they don't, they're not going to be able to really share what it is that's happening. So I would, if they do have papers, I mean, you could have a shredder there.
Oh,
Um,
shred. Okay,
you could do
thank you.
that. I mean, there's a few different ways that you can deal with it.
No,
All right.
I'm not shredding.
I
I
know
like
what
the
I was
shred.
going to say too, that for some people, they might want to start with a workshop, conducting a workshop before they do a group. Some people will do a workshop and then after the workshop, they have a sign-up sheet so people can then start the 7-session program. Again, you can name it whatever you want to name it. In Native American communities, there's a large caucus of Native American communities that are working together throughout the U.S. to do Triumph Over Trauma, and they're calling them healing circles, but they're using the curriculum. And then they're culminating their 6 months of focus on trauma and historical oppression with a truth-telling summit. So, I mean, there's so many different creative ways that this can be used, but starting with a workshop can kind of help people get to know you and and get a sense of what this is going to be like. You might be a little apprehensive, so a workshop would be great. And a lot of people do that just with a 1-hour workshop. Okay, so do I recommend that the group be set and closed? No new members after the first session. So, or does a more open group work better? I think because I'm doing Thursday night every Thursday night of the year, open group is the way. If you've got a small group of committed people who are willing to show up every week, only missing when there's an emergency, then I think a closed group is terrific, because in that closed group, they will develop those norms of relating to each other that can develop healthier relationships and maybe even set the tone for what healthy relationships look like. So having a small group is great. I want to share that this program, when it was first developed, was developed out of a substance abuse mental health services grant for the state of Maryland. And they were looking at building equity in mental health care for the women's prison. The men's prison had a lot of mental health care options. The women's prison did not. This group started by researching, interviewing the women, and learned what a high level, it was like over 95% of them had had childhood trauma. And so they thought, well, this is what we're going to address. And this was late 1990s, so quite a while back. But they developed TAMR, and then it has been used not only in the women's prison, but has also been adapted for men's prisons, for youth detentional centers. It's used in psych units, in homeless programs. So the use cases are really varied. But when people are like living in an institution, those small groups that are closed sometimes work better because people's schedules are open and it's just scheduled for them to do something every week at a certain time. But I think each of us has to make a decision. And I think the group should be allowed to make a decision. Like if somebody, hears how great the group is going and wants to come in, ask the other members, are you open to letting someone else in? If you want to take a vote, it could be, you know, your answers could be written down on paper so nobody knows who voted for what. But making sure that you don't take the choice away from them. I said a lot. Does that answer the question? So, and then, okay, at an assisted living or senior center, yeah, I think, it would be phenomenal to doing this. And, I think it could help so much, because I've also read, and I'm not sure where science is on this, but some relationship between the childhood trauma, and Alzheimer's. And so I think, you know, it depends on which level, of, you know, cognition people are at as to whether they're going to absorb this. But I think any place where people um, are seeing the need to help, there should be help. Thank you so much for Beth, for sharing this. Dr. Joan Galise is who I work with, and she is the one who responded to me when I wrote and just on a web form and said, "Hey, I'm a pastor. Can I use your curriculum in Africa?" And she's been so incredible to work with. So Healing Need is a powerful film. Let's see here. Okay, I am.
There's also before that, Neely, two questions. How large or small can a group be? And the other one is, how long do you schedule for each session?
Okay, so the groups, typically we say no more than 15 people, 12 to 15 people in a group. But I can tell you in some places, like they will do like a whole retreat day focused on this and have lots of people. And so that just takes a little bit more planning on your part. I'm working with the United Methodist Church, we're going through this schism, where we're splintering off, and there's a lot of pain in letting go of relationships that were once held dear. And I'm going to be using this curriculum for a full day retreat with a whole congregation. And so I will just make sure that I set it up where, okay, maybe we'll do some breakout groups at different times and lots of interaction, with sticky notes and it's just all kinds of activity, and then also integrating some outdoor experience for them as well. So it can be a really small group. It can be 2 people. I lead sometimes online and it's 1 person. And I feel so grateful that I was able to be there for that 1 person. So that again is up to you. Each session, I think it's good for you to have to budget an hour and a half. But I think, if it's a few people, 1 hour might be plenty. It might be that some groups want to talk more and it's 2 hours. So you'll need to decide, but I don't think you should try to rush through it. I do think some of the lessons can be incorporated when you're speaking about other things. And so it's a good way to kind of integrate some of this work into other areas where you may have larger audiences. Sandra asked, how can you contribute to this program? And Marilyn, if you could just add to the chat, it's harperhill.global/donate. And the curriculum and the training are free to attendees. We will never charge for either of them, but to help the program itself become sustainable, your donations will go a long way because it does allow us to make sure that we can offer training, to make sure that we can support our groups. And we would love to be able to offer additional resources. I hope that we'll have a volume 2 at some point where we introduce another 7 sessions from the 30 sessions that are available at the NASHPID website. So what steps do we need to take to start a group or report on the group's existence? To start a group, this is run by volunteers. And so we don't have a strict reporting method. However, we would really like to hear from you because it's getting feedback that helps us then move forward and know, like, are we missing something? Is there something more that people need so that we can step in and help to fill that gap? But we would definitely like to hear from you. You've got my email address, and so you could, a simple email. I'll tell you another thing that we absolutely love are short stories that you're posting on Facebook about your group, that you are, if you've gotten attention through your local media. If your newspaper is carrying an article, I've gotten a few newspaper articles that have been done, and those help raise awareness so much. Doris in Nigeria has gone on the radio to talk about it. Really being able to use the communication talents that we have make a huge difference in just letting people know they're not forgotten. And send us anything like that you post. As we develop more structure to the reporting mechanism, we'll also reach back out to you. Okay, let's see here.
Rosalind, I think I had seen you put your hand up, so I don't know if you wanted to say something, or was it Shelly
Okay.
Garrett? I don't remember. Somebody was doing like this.
Yeah, no, I'm getting ready to go.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Roz, so much. Each of you will be getting a form that needs to be completed. And if you want a CEU certificate, you'll need to complete that form and then you'll get the certificate. I think I saw another, will there be a support group for those of us that become facilitators? I would like to start one, and we could do that online. We do have the facilitator debrief guide. And so I think we've got what we need to do that. So we can offer that and then put that out there for any of you. Mm. Yeah, end of life. Yeah, it does really help. People start looking back on their lives so much more near the end, and this can frame it in a different way. Okay, so we are at 122. Okay, I see from Janice. Janice, do you want to just share verbally, or do you want me to read what you wrote?
Oh, sure. I can tell you. I was just I have a friend who facilitates lots of different sorts of programs, and one in particular has to do with suicide. And so when she's doing, it's for families of people who have died by suicide. And so while she's going through the curriculum that supports them and encourages them, and she has them write a letter to themselves, to their future selves, just kind of encouraging them, encouraging yourself. And then you seal it and you give it to her, and then she stamps it, and in 6 months or 8 months or whatever, she sends it to you in the mail, so you get this very tangible reminder that I did this work. And you can kind of look at it and go, I wonder, if some of the stuff that the work that we did has produced any fruit, so it's had the time to kind of settle in your life. So I just thought it was a beautiful thing to do. And as I look at this curriculum, I think it really fits very well. Maybe even more so with the youth program, because that would be something, first of all, they never get mail anymore.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
And-
And people hold on to those things. That's a great idea. A few more messages.
Janice, is this also a program? If you would like to share the information, that would be great, because we also have sometimes people who ask for specific topics, like families,
Oh,
working with families.
no, it's kind of a local support group. And
Okay.
so I said curriculum, but it's not really curriculum. It's a support group. And so when people join it's not really, there's nothing to share about it. Very local to our little community. So survivors of suicide loss, but it's not national or even provincial. So we're in Canada.
But that's great that that exists, honestly.
Good. Thank you. Okay, so I noticed from Beth, and that's a great question about the other parts of the curriculum, because Tamar in its entirety is absolutely incredible. And the reason why we took it down from 30 sessions to 7 is because I was thinking, okay, who are we going to get to lead these groups for 30 weeks or even 15 weeks, doing 2 sessions in, each session? And so we started with 7, but y'all, there is really good stuff in there. And so I would love for us to be able to do another, like, volume 2 and have 7 more of the sessions. And then, a third volume. We also are working on a guide for LGBTQ plus communities, because some of the internalized oppression that's experienced is the hardest. Like, it's reinforced by all of the systemic oppression, but it's there, ingrained in who we are. And people know, like, we have higher suicide rates among people who are LGBTQ plus. And so it's we hope to be releasing that soon as well. Okay, let's see here. Anything else? Living Works. Y'all have great comments. We are now at 1:26, and so I want to honor your time. And we've got this recorded, so we will be uploading and sharing with you the link. We will share other things with you. Be sure to fill out your feedback form because it's so incredibly important for us to get grants to do this work, to be able to show how it's received so that we can continue on from here on out. I hope that y'all have a blessed rest of the day. Make sure that you continue practice breathing and that you take good care of yourselves. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's wonderful.
Thanks, Beth. Thanks, Skip.
Thank you for connecting and for staying with us all these hours.
Thank you, Marilyn, too, for all your tech support.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
I'm just supporting a great cause. Well, thank you for joining, everybody, and great to see you, to meet you. Hopefully we'll keep in touch, and we'll be sending the information for our next call so that we can keep talking about this and providing you with some more support. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Skip.
I'm going to go ahead and end the meeting.
Okay. Thanks, Neely. It was
Thanks.
wonderful.
Thank you. We'll talk.
Okay.